Hey, sweetie, your mother showed me this Carvana thing for selling the car. I'm gonna give it a try. Wish me luck. Me again. I put in the license plate. It gave me an offer. Unbelievable. Okay, I accepted the offer. They're picking it up Tuesday from the driveway. I haven't even left my chair. It's done. The car is gone. I'm holding a check. Anyway, Carvana, give it a whirl. Love ya.
So good, you'll want to leave a voicemail about it. Sell your car today on Carvana. Pickup fees may apply.
Most people don't realize how much their personal information is being bought and sold every day. Data brokers are making billions, pulling details about you from public records and the internet, and then packaging and selling it, usually without your consent. That's how your information lands in the hands of scammers, spammers, even stalkers. It's why you get endless robocalls and why ads seem to follow you everywhere. That's where Aura comes in. Aura actively removes your data from broker sites and keeps it off. They also instantly alert you if your information shows up in a breach or on the dark web. But Aura goes beyond data protection. With one app, you get a VPN, antivirus, password manager, spam call protection, dark web monitoring, and even up to $5 million in identity theft insurance, all backed by 24/7 US-based fraud support. Other companies might sell just credit monitoring or just a VPN. Aura gives you all of it, together, at the same price competitors charge for just one service. Start your free trial today at aura.com/remove. Protect yourself now at aura.com/remove.
Hi, I'm Case Lowe, co-host of the Open the Voice Gate podcast. The one question I'm constantly asked when it comes to Dragon Gate is how do I get into the promotion? Well, stop asking and start listening to the Open the Voice Gate podcast, released every Wednesday on the Voices of Wrestling podcasting network. For exclusive news and show reviews, look no further than the leader in Dragon Gate coverage, Open the Voice Gate.
This podcast is a member of the Voices of Wrestling podcasting network. Visit voicesofwrestling.com to hear the rest of our great podcasts, as well as show reviews, columns, opinions, and updates across the world of wrestling.
Welcome back, everybody, to Wrestling Omakase. It is episode number 297, and this week, pleased to be joined by a returning guest. Hello, Arametha. Armutha. I forgot to say your name again.
The first pronunciation is what I use, but it's not it's not a real word. It's not based on anything. It's just a string of letters I thought looked cool when I was
I legitimately got lost track again of which one was the one I was saying that was the wrong one, and which one is the actual correct one.
I think you added an N in there somewhere.
It's Arametha is the correct one.
Yeah, I think so.
I think the one I was using incorrectly for all that time is Armutha, I think.
But yes, that sounds right, actually. Yes,
yeah.
Yes.
Which was funny.
That's the cow version of my name. So if you were a cow, that's how you would pronounce it.
I think you...
you just not don't give that anything. It wasn't worth it.
I just thought about it. It took me a second to process. I think you didn't correct me on this until we got to Japan. I think is when you finally corrected me and you were like, "Yeah, John's been saying it wrong all this time." Or so. No, I think you just introduced yourself to somebody and said Arametha, and I was like, "Wait, have I been saying this wrong for the last 6 months?"
No, my stance is it's not a real word. So there's no proper pronunciation of it. So you can say it how you like. Arametha is how I say it.
Yeah, there you go. I guess that makes sense. But how you doing?
I'm good. We're recording during Memorial Day, so I've had a very relaxed day. where I have already like smoked a lot of meat and have made a lot of mojitos over the long weekend. So I am good and toasty and relaxed. How about you?
I didn't do any drinking today. I did all my drinking earlier in the weekend. So all I did today was watch all the wrestling I had to get caught up on still. So, because I just didn't watch any of it before this. On Friday I went to, where the fuck did I go? Oh, the end of the Blue Jay saga, I guess, because of course, where I left off was cursing about how he lost the game. They lost the game on Tuesday also. They won on Wednesday finally with me there. And then the one I didn't go to on Thursday, they also won. So they ended up splitting the series with the Yankees 2-2. But they couldn't win 2 of the 3 that I was at, of course. They had to lose 2 of the 3 I was at. But then, so after that, they then went home for a series with the Pirates. They won the first 2. But then yesterday, they not only lost the game, they had their best player, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., their best position player, and their best pitcher, Dylan Cease, get injured in the same inning. So that was cool. In like a 25-minute span. They already had like the most injuries in all of baseball, I believe. So very cool. More injuries. The Vladdy one does not seem to be super serious. They're saying he's just day to day. He like took a baseball off the elbow and like stormed off the field, where I thought, oh my God, it's definitely broken. But it looks like it was just like, I don't know, caught him in like a weird spot or something. So they're saying he's just day to day. The X-rays were negative, thank God. But the Cease one, the Dylan Cease one, is like, they were saying it's just a strain. It's not going to be that bad. But now today they're saying 15-day IL. So going to miss at least 3 starts. So definitely not good. Especially since we already have like 6 fucking injured pitchers or some shit. So yeah.
This is what happens to playoff teams, by the way. Very often the next season they just have pushed themselves so hard in September and October that they end up just having lingering issues or something that ends up taking them down. See a lot. See with the Mariners right now, I think.
Yeah, the Mariners are also doing pretty badly.
A lot of like the teams from that great like stretch of playoffs we got last year in the division finals are injured right now. Unless you're the Dodgers and you just have infinite depth.
Yeah, love them Dodgers. But yeah, so what else did I do? Friday. I went to Kurasushi. That was cool, I guess. Nicole and I are like, I don't know why we're doing this. We're leaving for Japan like in 16 days, as I say this, and we're going to be there for like 2.5 weeks. So you think we want to do like non-Japanese things before that, and then but meanwhile last week she's like, let's go to Kurasushi. I'm like, okay, like they have Kurasushis in Japan, along with many other sushi conveyor belt sushi chains and non-conveyor belt sushi chains. It's like, I want to go to Kurasushi. I'm like, okay. And then now this Friday we're going to an izakaya in Manhattan, and I'm going to do karaoke. It's like all things I can do in Japan, but apparently I'm just starting early for some reason. So.
Do you know how many izakayas and sushi conveyor belts are in Des Moines, Iowa?
I'm going to guess not that many.
None. 0, buddy. So I'm jealous you're even able to do that. You don't even have to go to Japan.
They really don't have any in all of Des Moines?
No. Do you understand how small this city is?
I guess. I mean, they have it in lots of... Like, Kurasushi, they have in New Jersey now.
This is a city that swears that the best pizza in the state comes from a gas station chain.
Oh, there's... I did not realize how dire we had this. How dire you guys had... Like, again, I go to New Jersey all the time. The New Jersey suburbs is where my dad lives, and, like, they have Kurasushis and Japanese arcades and shit. I don't really... Like, what is wrong with Des Moines?
Bigger. Much bigger. Yep.
Again. I don't know. I don't know how the rest of the world lives. Or the rest of this country lives, everybody. I'm sorry. Just like, why would you not... My brain is just going, why would you not have conveyor belt sushi? We have conveyor belt sushi. Have it in New Jersey.
You
why
would...
They have...
Oh, John, you would break it mentally if we had to switch places for like even 3 months.
I'm sure I would.
You had to live off trying to eat from Des Moines area restaurants.
Well, because the only places I've lived besides New York are even or like New York and New Jersey, even briefly, are like Montreal and Austin, Texas. Mm-hmm. Which Austin is its own thing, but they definitely have plenty of eateries. I mean, so you know,
and trendy and well off. No, it is still a significantly better option than Des Moines. Which is not to say Des Moines doesn't have good restaurants. It's just a much more narrow band of options available to you. And something like conveyor belt sushi is probably just too exotic to survive here.
Do you have sushi? Period.
Oh yeah. There's places that serve up like pretty good sushi and seafood in general.
Yeah.
But also it's pretty expensive for us. We're not quite the furthest from the ocean in the continental United States, but we're pretty close.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, part of that whole conveyor belt thing is you need to have access to like quick, like cheap seafood. I'm sure. So, not that it's cheap compared to what I'm used to in Japan, but it is still cheaper than most other New York area options.
Yeah, everything I eat here has to be flown in, and when it comes to seafood, which is a bummer.
That makes sense. But yeah, that's I guess what I did, and I just drank a bunch, and, hung out. Didn't work today, thankfully. I have like 4-day work week this week, and then one more full day work week, and then like 2-day work week, and then I'm off. So I am gonna work. I'm gonna work a little bit when I'm there, though.
Oh, sorry.
Half days. Yeah, some half days because I just can't.
Half days, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna do like 4 half days the second week when I'm in. Just can't take the entire 2.5 weeks off because otherwise I don't know. It'd just be too much. Just run out of vacation days. So.
Yeah. Is Memorial Day our best drinking holiday? There's St. Patrick's Day, but I don't love St. Patrick's Day. Like I find like Memorial Day is like a very relaxed drinking holiday.
Yeah, probably. Pretty relaxed one.
Thanksgiving and Christmas, like there's a lot of family around, so it ain't the same as just Memorial Day is always with friends,
Yeah. Yeah, it's probably a pretty good drinking holiday. I didn't really do anything this year though. But
yeah.
Just kinda hung out.
I guess that's one downside of living in New York City. Like you don't just get to go in your backyard and fire up the grill.
No, there's no
I can.
No grilling here. No grill. Except we have a tiny grill that we can put on the balcony. That's about it. But yeah, it's obviously not the same. Usually, if I'm going to like somebody's grill thing, it's usually somebody in New Jersey.
Yeah, again, the suburb of New York. Though, don't tell anybody I said that.
They love that. They love being told.
No, they love hearing that every time. Yeah. Same with Connecticut.
Yeah, they're big fans. Yeah, I don't know what else been up with me. Like I said, cursing the Blue Jays. That's about it. There's so much wrestling to catch up on today. So
yeah,
it was like 9 best. I remember I told Nicole, I was like, "Oh, how much do you have left?" Because I watched that whole Marigold show last night, until like 3 a.m. or something. And she's like, "Well, you can't have that much left today." And I was like, "The entire Tokyo Joshi show and like 9 Best of Super Junior matches." She was like, "Jesus." I was like, "Well." Not even like I'd call it a especially packed week because I was going through the schedule to like put together like July and August with obviously these tournaments are running, and I showed you some of them for the August ones. It's like, yeah, there's a lot of just crazy fucking weeks where I'm just like, I don't know how the fuck I'm gonna watch. There's a week I did not show you because we're doing the G1 opener together live the week before. But in July, there's one with 3 G1 nights, 3 5-star nights, Dragon Gate Kobe World, Tokyo Joshi Summer Sun Princess, and then All Japan and Sendai Girls Korakuens.
Oh,
So I'm like, okay, I might need to cut something here, maybe the All Japan or the Sendai Girls Korakuen, depending on the amount of time. But yeah, there's just a lot of shit.
I gotta say, that is my favorite season for Japanese wrestling. Is this particular time period from like July until September when there's the 5-star and the G1 running and the Princess Cup.
I didn't even try to cover last year, but this year I'm actually going to try to cover it since I, just like Tokyo Joshi a lot more than I did this time last year. So.
And if you're a real sicko, like the N1 is around that time too, and I think the Dream Star is going to go from like the second half of August until the first half.
Did they announce the
of
dates
September.
of that yet? I was wondering that.
I think English commentary mentioned the time frame.
Yeah, I don't think it's on their website yet, if I remember correctly. Shining Attack. Okay, this is August. Okay, that's Summer Destiny. This is still Burning Desire in August 7th, 15th. Still Burning Desire, August 16th. Yeah, August 15th, 16th, and 22nd are all on their schedule as still the Burning Desire tour, and there's nothing else after that. So if it's going to start, I think this year they might actually be just trying to avoid the 5-star, because remember last year it was riding almost like it started during the middle of the 5-star.
Yeah.
So this time
simultaneously.
So I think this time they might be trying, because if it's going to start more like, so it's running at the same time as like the Noah, the
N1.
The M1. Thank you. I don't know why I couldn't think of the name N1 for a second. But yeah, because the 5-star is going to end August 23rd, and their last show on here is August 22nd. It's not listed as Dreamstar. So if they start like right after that, that would make sense. Yeah. So I will say, for full disclosure, people to know what to expect. I will commit to covering the Dreamstar this year, especially if it's going to start after the 5-star. And I'm curious enough about this roster to try to cover it. Now, I hope they fucking change the schedule so they don't fucking do, one match per show, because that would be fucking annoying if I have to do. I guess I could just cover the one match here and there and just try to do it like that. But it's just really, really annoying if they're going to keep that schedule like that. Hopefully they go to a more normal tournament schedule this year. I mean, maybe that's the other thing they're going to do is if they change the dates, they start later, it'll be a more compact schedule, instead of the schedule they had last year was like 1 or 2 tournament matches per show.
I would definitely prefer that too, but I know that when Rossi was booking the 5-star, that's how the 5-star used to go. It was
I know.
There were a couple matches, per night. So I'm worried that that's just how Rossi prefers to run this type of tournament, but we'll see.
The fucking N1, I am not committing to covering that, especially if Noah continues to be like when I was going through these schedules.
Noah feels so cursed right now.
The absolute easiest thing for me to leave off of these fucking schedules when I'm doing these week to weeks, where I have to cut things for the G1 and the 5-star and the Tokyo Princess Cup, is like, okay, Noah Korakuen cutting that, because it's just like, yeah, there's so many times where it's like Noah's the easiest thing to cut right now.
Yeah.
So we'll see how I'm feeling about Noah by September. The N1 last year was so bad. Now, so was the Champion Carnival. The Champion Carnival was way better this year. But, like, I don't know. I can't see the current state of Noah producing a tournament I actually want to watch.
A lot of people were really down on the Best of the Super Junior last year, too.
Yeah. Which has been better this year. I wouldn't say it's been, like, great or anything, but it's been pretty good. As we'll get to. But, yeah, there's your little, like, peek behind the curtain of trying to figure out what the fuck to cover. It's going to be a lot. Now, somehow I'm going to commit this time. We're going to somehow do some type of episodes while I'm in Japan. I don't know if I'm going to get a guest or not. I might even just do a quick solo episode. But like, it's too perfect, because if I do at least one episode in Japan, that would be my 300th episode.
Oh,
where else should I do a 300th episode but in Japan? Right? I mean, it just makes too much sense. So
you got to get like a special guest for that or something.
Well, who the fuck is going to want to do it at like, I don't know, like 7 a.m. Eastern time or whatever?
I don't know. Wouldn't Walker be over there for Dominion? See what he's doing.
I'm gonna get Walker. I don't know. It seems kind of like, hey buddy, you just been talking for 4 hours.
For 4 hours, would you like to talk for another 5? Would you like to talk longer than most pay-per-views?
Come on down to No, it'd definitely be a much quicker episode with me. The lemon sours will be calling.
You say that.
No.
Yeah, the lemon sours hit.
The lemon sours are going to get me out of that room. But yeah, no, I don't really plan to go up to Walker Stewart and be like, hey buddy, talking for 4 hours. You want to come back to my hotel room and talk some more? It's a little weird.
I want to come back to my hotel room and talk some more. That's just zero game right there, John. Come on, you can do better than that.
Yeah, you're right. I probably could, but I'm not gonna embarrass myself. It's okay. Probably just. I mean, if there's anyone else, like I know there's other people who might be in Japan who maybe I could ask, like other fans. So we'll see. But like it'll depend. If I had to do it solo, or just like get Nicole to give me her very normie thoughts, and she's also going to Dominion, then that's what I'll do. It's not going to be a long.
If it's like the way she gives thoughts about TJPW, yes. You need to have her as a co-host for.
Well, she's going to TJPW with me too.
Oh,
because she
lovely.
can't. She did not want to, but like she has nothing else to do that day because that's the day we check out in Yokohama, and that show was like very early. It's at like 12 o'clock, so she pretty much had to do. She was either like wander the streets of Yokohama by herself, or go to TJPW. And to be honest, I'm a little surprised she didn't pick wander the streets of Yokohama by herself, but she did pick TJPW, so. She is going. We have front row seats. So
I think through exposure therapy, you can make your girlfriend a fan of TJPW.
I don't know. Nicole is very, very, very stubborn, very opinionated. When she does not like something, she does not like something. So it's not like I've ever had any luck in I've been dating for like, 12 years. It's not like I have any luck of converting her to my musical taste. So pretty much once she decides she doesn't like something, she just doesn't like something. But how everybody has their personality quirks. I'm not exactly not stubborn myself, so
you know.
I'm very open-minded of it, especially about American wrestling. Oh yeah, the AEW's pay-per-view was this weekend. I didn't watch it.
Oh, did you go? Okay, you didn't, because I knew it was in New York. So
yeah, thank God. I mean, I heard people are saying it's the greatest show of all time, which they say for pretty much every other month. So I never know how serious to take it with AEW pay-per-views. But I still do not regret not going. So just like, especially considering MJF won the main event. Just like, if I had to see MJF win back his title in person.
Jeez, he didn't have it for 6 weeks?
Literally like 6 weeks, yeah. So, like, that was literally
supposed to be a comical exaggeration, folks. I did not realize it was literally true.
I bet you, like, you might not even been that far off. Let me say, MJF, he lost the AEW World Title on April 15th, and he won it on May 25th. I think that almost is exactly 6 weeks. Wow.
Okay.
Now look, again, I haven't watched either of these title reigns. Could be the greatest thing of all time for all I know. Not judging. People say it's good.
I feel like we know MJF at this point. You and I both have been exposed to him enough. And he's not changing.
People say it's good. If they like it, they like it. What do you want me to say? But
See,
I
John is here conciliatory to our AEW listeners, but I want you to know, if you are an AEW fan listening to this, I will fight you in the streets about this.
That is only Arametha, not me.
We will meet in the back of the Casey's.
I don't want to fight anybody. But no, because the main reason why I'm happy I didn't go is because the show went till after midnight again, just like the one I went to last year, which was Full Gear, where I ended up leaving the building early because I just did not want to be stuck in Newark until like fucking almost 1 a.m. And apparently they like locked out, like there's like a subway station, right? When you come out of this giant like tennis complex where they run these shows, and they locked it because I guess they didn't realize people were coming that late or something. And it turned into like mass chaos. It was like backed up all the way on this pedestrian bridge that I had to go over to, even though I don't take the subway. And someone who was there told me it was like a stampede of people when they finally opened the gate. And it was like a stampede of 10,000 people. I'm like, okay, that's horrible.
That's dangerous.
Like if I sat through a fucking 5-hour AEW pay-per-view, I don't give a shit how good it supposedly was. It's still too long. Especially for me for AEW. And then on top of that, almost get caught in a fucking human stampede right after at like 12:30 a.m. I would not have been a happy camper. So very happy I didn't go to that. I don't care if it really was the greatest show of all time, like you guys say is the greatest show of all time every other month. So I'm just like, I'm good. But whatever. I probably sound very like mean right
condescending.
If if you condescending too. If you like the show, I'm really happy for you. I swear to God.
You're not helping your case, John.
I swear to God, my voice. No. My voice. I have one of these voices that naturally sounds condescending, even when I'm not actually condescending. It's just a northeastern gay thing, right? So again, if you like the show, sincerely happy for you. I'm really, really happy for you. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you had a great time. I hope you didn't get killed in the stampede. But I when I heard all that, I was like, I'm really happy I didn't go to this fucking show. Because Quinlan was like kind of twisting my arm a little bit for a while, and then I had the great excuse. I'm like, I'm going to Japan. I can't afford this. Now again, I'm still doing lots of other stuff. So, but like I'm doing karaoke in New York this weekend, which is not cheap. But I definitely couldn't afford AEW. Okay. But yeah, so that was my big get out of jail free card. I was like, I can't afford it. I'm going to lots of wrestling in Japan too. I don't want to go to AEW. But then as we got closer, he stopped asking me, and it turned out he did not really like the card either, apparently. Oh. So I feel like he would have, if he had kept trying, he would have, I feel like if he kept trying, I probably would have given in eventually. It usually works on me if you just keep asking me to do things over and over again. I usually just give in. So, but yeah, I mean, he texted me last night. He's like, well, the show was great for the most part. I don't think he liked it quite as much as some of the reviews I'm seeing online. But he said the show was mostly great, but he's still happy he didn't go because he would have gotten home at like 3:30 in the morning probably. I'm like, yeah. By the time he because he's all the way back in Jersey, so by the time he like gets out of there, we get to the car, get through the human stampede, drive B back, he still would have had like an hour and a half drive at that point. So yeah, I don't know. I just don't understand why they like. Okay, I get that they love their 6-hour shows or whatever. The AW fans seem to really love 6-hour pay-per-views every month, so I'm not even going to argue that one. Like, why not just start them earlier?
Yeah,
like you can't just start them an hour or two earlier, so you're not running these shows past midnight Eastern time. Like that sucks for the fans.
There's an actual like logistics reason why it has to be that late.
I mean, I saw people in the voice wrestling Slack were saying, "Oh, well, they don't want to move around these start times all the time." I'm like, I can't really see it being that big a fucking deal to be like, yes, this main show starts at 7 instead of 8. This pre-show starts at 6 instead of 7. It's really that big a fucking deal? I don't know.
Well, my one complimentary thing I would say about the scheduling for AEW pay-per-views, though, is it's really smart of them to do a lot of them on like holiday weekends, because that's when they normally do them, right?
Yeah, they always do this one during this holiday weekend.
Yeah. See, that's smart.
I think they moved the one that was on Labor Day off of Labor Day, though, if I remember correctly, to get it further out from All In. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, like people can enjoy whatever they enjoy. I'm not trying to
not helping. Nope, still sounds condescending. Sorry, John.
I just have that voice. Like, I even had one of my bosses way back in the day when I was doing retail at GameStop actually like sat me down, and he had a voice kind of like mine too. I don't think he was actually like gay or bi or anything like but I think he just had a very naturally condescending voice. And he told me, he's like, John, you and I both have very condescending sounding voices naturally, so you have to like be extra careful when you're doing like customer service stuff. and that speech did stick with me. And like because later on, obviously with this current job I'm in, I used to have to make phone calls. I don't do that anymore, thank God. But I used to call people back a lot from the office. I call people who left us voicemails and stuff. And I would like really try hard to put on like a non-condescending voice to the point where I must sound so fake when I'm doing my phone voice. But I have to do like a phone voice because my natural voice is just very condescending sounding. So even when I'm not trying to be condescending, I think I come across as condescending sometimes. So like, again, I'm sincerely saying, if you love AEW, I really am happy for you. It's not my business. I don't care. I'm not trying to judge you or anything. I think people always think I'm trying to judge them for liking American wrestling or whatever. I did that guy on Twitter who I feel like is
to
always
be clear, I'm judging you. John isn't, though.
Okay, see, that's not me, everybody. But that guy on Twitter who's always trying to like write tweets as me, like as a joke or whatever, always makes me sound like way worse than I am. And I'm just like, I don't think I ever talk like this. I don't know. Like, I don't care if people like American wrestling. Like, it's just not my thing. But I don't know. What are you gonna do? I just feel like they're kind of babies about it. I don't know. Aren't they kind of babies about it? They're kind of babies. They kind of like the way they kind of like just never. I don't know. First of all, every show is the show of the year, the show of the century. Every show has 4 match of the year contenders. Like, that shit gets exhausting. And if you watch the shows, which again, I get that I'm parachuting in and you're, watching every single week, so you're going to be more emotionally connected to it. But if you watch the shows and go like, oh, I thought that was like 4 stars flat instead of like 4 3/4 or whatever, which I used to do this sometimes, they get like very angry. And I'm just like, okay. So like, they don't actually want to hear the other opinions. I feel like they just want to read people. And obviously I'm very generalizing here, but they just want people to, agree with them and say everything AEW does is like the show of the year or the match of the year. I don't know. It got very exhausting to the point where I'm just like, I'd rather just not watch this and not even cover it at all or do anything with it, because like, you guys are just so exhausting with this stuff.
What you
like,
need
you
to
don't
do,
want.
what you need to do.
And it's funny because most of these same people, by the way, will tell you that Joshi fans overrate everything. But
yeah, it is. Yeah, often the same people.
It's almost like people like things that they watch regularly more than things they don't watch regularly in general, and like the people parachuting in don't like it as much. But no, it's just Joshi fans do that. They're the only ones that like things more than your quote unquote consensus. That's why we need a special
Just
rule.
like not unreasonable either, right? Like that guy who writes the Voices of Wrestling column, where or Kim, I think, so guy or girl, but she
is a guy. I think it's a guy.
It's a guy. So he writes a column where like he just watches well-reviewed cage match, well-reviewed matches that are Cut all that out. Cut that. Starting over the sentence.
I'm not cutting shit. Well-received high-scored matches on
cage match. Having to say match and cage match in the same sentence, I think just throws me off. Anyway, and also was like writing up, hey, I'm watching some wrestlers who are under 30 for the first time, for the 30 under 30, and I saw something.
Oh, I know where you're going. That's the Aya Sakura one?
Yeah, because he didn't see much in Aya Sakura. This was from watching her Rana match. And it's like, yeah, I could kind of see how you might think she's a bit generic if you... I love that match. That match is terrific. I love that match too. I think
you were on the episode with me.
Yeah, when we talked about it. That was when we were like, hey, like people should watch New Blood as well. It's not really awesome.
And now they're not running any New Blood shows ever again, apparently.
Wait, what? I hadn't heard this.
No, not officially confirmed, but there's like nothing on the schedule. I kept hoping they would add one for my trip, and it seems like they're not adding. There's like no New Bloods on the schedule for all of like June. I don't think there haven't been any in a while.
Anyway, all I wanted to say was I thought that was a judicious take, just not one I would agree with, and I see no reason to yell at him. So don't yell at people like that. He doesn't do it.
Yeah, good. I agree. Now, I do think Aya Sakura, his exact take was something like Aya Sakura is like doesn't have personality or something, which to me was that was
wild. The part that made people mad.
Yeah, it's like, she has a lot of personality. I mean,
it's just you weren't necessarily going to see it in that match, I think.
Yeah, I didn't list her in my 30 under 30 either, for full disclosure. She would have been like one of my biggest next group. I just couldn't find room for her.
She's 29. There is no next group.
No. Next, like if I'm gonna keep going on the rank.
I see.
Like if it was, she'd easily make a top 50. She'd probably be in the next 10, honestly. But it's just really, really close, and just couldn't put her on there. But I think she's a really good wrestler, and yeah, she definitely has tons of personality and tons of charisma. So, but I could see thinking why it might not have shined through from that one match. But again, to your point, you're going to get all sorts of reactions like that when you're parachuting in for stuff. So
exactly.
You're not going to feel...
There's stuff you're just not going to notice, or would have no reason to notice. I think is the better way to put it.
Yeah, but there's like this whole AEW thing where it almost feels like they think their stuff is just like so objectively the greatest that if you watch it and don't have it as like match of the year every time, like there's something wrong with you, or you're like being, what's the word? You're like being dishonest, or you're fucking. There's another word they always use. I can't think of what it is now.
Biased?
Not biased either, but like I can't even.
Which is my favorite complaint about an opinion. Oh, you have a biased opinion. Yeah, that's what all opinions are, buddy.
Yeah, they think it's all like insincere criticism or whatever. Like very like, I don't know. It's very, very tiring doing them. So anyway, we waste a lot of time.
The only objectively good promotion in the entire world is Tokyo Joshi Pro. So that's just facts. That's not an opinion. I'm just reporting a fact. I know your girlfriend agrees with me.
Yeah, she's a big fan.
Huge fan.
Yeah. All right, let's go to Stardom now, because that's where we're going to start off on this one. Now they've alienated probably like half the listenership who does like AEW. Stardom Queen's Dynasty, Saturday, May 23rd, from the Toyota Gosei Memorial Gymnasium in Aichi. Where the fuck is this? I should look this up first. This is a brand new venue for them, obviously, because the old Nagoya one, the Dolphins Arena, shut down after the Tanahashi Jam last year. I'm just curious where this is. I'm not surprised that Toyota, by the way, is the sponsoring this gym, given that apparently all their manufacturing is out there in like the Nagoya area. Okay, so this is, yeah, it's like out in the suburbs of Nagoya, pretty far from actual Nagoya. Because I'm looking at the map, it's like pretty far to the northwest, so definitely probably not that easy to get to. The actual city seems to be Inazawa, I believe. Yeah, Inazawa, Aichi, Japan. So definitely kind of far out there.
For some reason I thought this was in Fukuoka.
No. This was in like outside of Nagoya.
Okay.
Yeah, this did a crowd of 1887. So, despite being again all the way out there in the boonies, this is the all-time Nagoya area record. It beats the 1526 they did for Nagoya Golden Fight in 2024, which again would have the advantage of being in the Dolphins Arena in Nagoya proper. So even with all that, they still beat it by like 330 fans. So pretty good, especially with a very unproven, top main event there. So
has New Japan run this building yet?
I don't believe so, because New Japan I feel like they've ran something else. It's a good question though. Let's see. Stardom cage match. Queen's Dynasty. Oh, now this fucking Ring of Honor thing is going to be at the top of their page for the next like month and a half because these people already put their show up. There's ROH, CMLL, Stardom, Global Wars, Cincinnati shit. Okay.
It looks like this is the only.
I believe this is the only wrestling show that's been held here. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. So I guess it's the first one. I think New Japan is skipping Nagoya entirely for the G1 this year. If I remember correctly, which I remember the Nagoya fans being really pissed about. But anyway.
Yeah, they had to go to America, so.
Well, I don't think that's why they're skipping. I think they just don't want to run the boonies like Stardom did here. And I think they'd rather just like. They're running something else that's not that far from Nagoya. Let me look at this fucking schedule. I think maybe for like, because it's one of the wrestlers' hometowns or something. Okay, let me see. Oh yeah, they're running fucking Tsu, which is Tsu in Mie Prefecture, because I think that's Hiroki Goto's hometown.
Oh, so, that's fun.
Yeah, so that's not that far from Nagoya, but it's not like it's fucking around the corner either. I mean, it's when I take that other train that kind of goes through the valley area, I guess, like between Nagoya and Osaka, not the Shinkansen, like this other one, the Hinotori. It goes through Tsu, like it passes through there. So it's like basically somewhere between Nagoya and Osaka, but I think closer to Nagoya. I'm just looking right now, actually. Tsu. Oh yeah, it's pretty fucking far actually. I see why they're pissed. It might actually be closer to Osaka. Probably exactly halfway. But yeah, they're not happy basically about being asked to go to Tsu instead of having a show in Nagoya. But anyway, like you people have trains, multiple train options. Don't give me that shit. I wish we had half the fucking trains that you guys have. So you can go to Tsu If you really want to see, if you really want to see the G1, it's not that bad.
And for what it's worth, it does look like the stadium is actually really easy to get to from a train because the arena is right outside. No, in Trio.
Okay, yeah.
Because I'm looking at a website that I guess lists a lot of information about national stadiums in Japan with information in English, and there is a JR line, the Tokaido line, stationed right outside. So really,
yeah, that's like the main. That is like the main train line that you can take that all the way from Tokyo to Osaka, because it used to be in the pre-Shinkansen days the main way you would get between Tokyo and Osaka. I remember watching a YouTube video of someone doing it. It takes forever now because they don't expect anyone to do that anymore because you have the Shinkansen. So like you have to like make all these weird transfers, even though it's technically the same line. Like it like terminates at different points. You have to get on like technically another train. It's all on the same track. So it takes fucking forever. I think it takes like 16 hours versus like 2.5 for the Shinkansen. So no one would ever do it, but unless you're trying to make YouTube content, I guess, because that guy did it. So. I mean, those YouTube.
That feels like a weirdly specific life goal, right? That some trainer does actually have.
Yeah, but it's just an awful way to go because you have to go all on basically local trains. So like half these trains, like they're not even the limited express trains. I don't. Because did you go on what did you go on? I don't remember. Did you go on a?
I did go on the Shinkansen when I went down to Osaka.
Did you go on the regular limited express trains or no?
I think I did actually.
Yeah, so those are the ones that almost they have seating like what we would expect on like an Amtrak or something, right? Like they have, like the 2 seats or whatever per thing, like a normal like kind of seating. The local trains don't even have that. They just have like the long benches, like 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 what we think of as a subway here, and so you have to ride that for 16 hours basically, like the entire way. I think there might be some parts of it that had like the limited express style trains, if I remember correctly, because I did watch this video, a lot of it was like the local trains with the benches. I'm like, Jesus Christ. I remember thinking like, this is a lot to deal with to fucking make content, buddy. But I mean, I did see one guy do an entire cross-country American trip on buses once for like a fucking video. I'm like, okay, that also seems bad. Seems much worse, actually. But the craziest part to me is he did this bus trip all the way, I think, from New York to LA, and then immediately fucking got on a plane and went home. I was like, what? Like, wouldn't you want to do something in Los Angeles? You're going to do this? He's like, I made my content, time to fly home. Like, what?
I mean, that's the end of his tax-deductible content, so...
Mm-hmm.
Oh, have you ever gone on a long-range Amtrak ride? Like from Chicago to LA on the California Zephyr?
No. I've never. The only Amtrak I've ever done is the Northeast Corridor stuff.
Okay, yeah. And that's similar to like commuter or passenger trains to what they have in Japan.
Yeah.
Whereas
Limited Express, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas with Amtrak, if you're in the Midwest, it is some of the most depressing shit you've ever been on. And yet also has the comfiest seats I have ever sat on in any public space, bar none. Because, do you know why Amtrak has incredibly comfy seats?
No.
No? Okay, so this is a great detail about how government funding works. So when Amtrak was speccing out the trains for the California Zephyr and similar lines, they needed to procure seats somehow. And around the same time, our nuclear facilities were investigating how to make comfortable seats for people who had to sit and just watch buttons all day that they wouldn't also fall asleep in. So after intensive study on that particular topic, they engineered these incredible seats that then Amtrak walks in and say, hey, can we get some additional bulk holder on that?
Huh.
Yeah. They're
That's
great seats. They're one of these days, I actually think it is kind of worth a trip for those of you in the Midwest to just take the California Zephyr, if only to go through the Rockies, which is a very scenic way to experience that part of the country, because the railroad goes through parts of the Rockies that are straight up inaccessible to humans, short of a helicopter otherwise. So you get to see some incredible views, and they're
I've seen videos of it too.
Yeah,
I've seen videos of it. It looks really cool.
Yeah, it is really cool. It's just also extremely dated, and you'll be stuck with terrible food and no internet.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say like I'm not like a super train nerd. Like I'm not like cataloging them or whatever, but I do get very excited to go on the Japanese trains because they're so cool. So
yes, they are.
I have a brand new one I'm going on this trip, which is one of these limited express ones between Nagoya and the Gero onsen town where we're doing the one night at the onsen. So that is called the Hida Limited Express. It supposedly has some of the best views of any train in Japan, in all the entire country, because it goes through like this very mountainous area. So like you go all past all these rivers and stuff too. So it's supposed to be really, really beautiful. So
that sounds so good.
I know.
There is some of my favorite experiences in Japan were from a train.
Their trains are crazy. I mean, they know how great their trains are. I remember one of the first times I went there, I remember seeing like right away like a big thing for Thomas the Tank Engine and being like, "Oh, Japan is train land," and I'm being like, "Oh, apparently Thomas the Tank Engine is like very popular in Japan because they know all this."
Of course, he is.
Because they're very train obsessed. That's for sure. But their trains are. I mean, if our trains were half as good as theirs was, I'm sure we'd be train obsessed too. So.
Yeah, definitely have much more flexible lifestyles as a result. I'm a huge fan of being car stuck here in the middle of the country.
I'm a little. I mean, compared to you guys, I'm definitely doing okay. I mean, at least we can get between cities or Amtrak. I mean, the subway is nowhere near me, so I have to take either a bus or Uber a lot to get into Manhattan. But
you don't even own a car, right?
No, I don't own a car.
Do you even have a license?
I have a license. I mean, I used to live in.
So you know how to drive.
I know how to drive.
Okay.
I mean, I don't do. So every time I think, because usually the only time I drive now is when I rent a car during a vacation or something, and every time I'm like, "Oh, this time I really didn't drive for like 3 straight years. I'm not going to remember." I get behind the wheel. I'm like, I remember immediately. I'm just like, "Oh, okay." I guess it's one of these things. Once you know how to do it, you never forget. I guess.
Yeah, it's like riding a bike. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like it's like a little weird for like 5 minutes maybe when I first sit down, and then after that, it's just completely normal again. I'm like, oh yeah, this is just driving a car. This is like, as it turns out, I could not do this for years and just do it again, and I'm just like, oh yeah, this is driving a car. not very difficult to pick up again. But I mean, I was planning to rent one for Chicago before I realized you were driving. So now I'm just like, I don't have to do that anymore.
Yeah, I don't mind driving you around for a bit.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I mean,
well, don't assume too much. I have no idea what your schedule's like. So
no. The only thing I was going to say is whether or not you can pick me up at the airport is one thing. If you can't, I'll just take the Uber there. The Uber to the hotel. The only thing I was going to ask you is, because I assume you're going to go to it too, is you could like drive us to Chris Sampson's barbecue.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah, which I don't think is that far from where we're staying. But yeah. And I could probably, I mean, I can't imagine the Uber will be that expensive from the hotel from the airport to the hotel, but I don't know.
I mean, Ubers feel super expensive right now in general. I've had to pay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty used to them.
It's rough.
Yeah.
I remember the days when, like, going to the airport from even, like, the deep suburbs of Chicago was, like, $15-$20.
Yeah, they've never been that cheap here, so... I mean, they've gone up here, but they were never that cheap to begin with, so... okay, so we haven't talked about a single wrestling match yet, I think for like 45 minutes.
This podcast is really just two friends hanging out and catching up. Because we're both bad about never sending each other messages about anything until it's time to record. So everything just kind of builds up.
and bearing AEW together.
And bearing AEW too. Yes. Putting AEW in its place, as I like to say.
Bearing a promotion neither of us watch. Very, very great. Everybody loves it.
A healthy and normal thing to do.
Queen's Dynasty. Saturday, May 23rd, from this arena that we just talked about for a long time and got on a huge fucking tangent about locations and trains as a result. I had two separate dark matches, so two Dai Zeros. The first one was a three-way match, Waka Tsukiyama defeating Rion in 5:29 with the Moonlight Dream, and then Motoi Hamabe was also part of this match. So yeah, lots of foot stomping from Rion to both of them up against the ropes as usual. Not even her former EXV teammate Waka was exempt from the foot crushing. But yeah, Waka pinned Rion here with the Moonlight Dream, which is like a bridging suplex, and immediately went right back to holding her own foot in pain from Rion's vicious attacks, which I thought was funny. Match was okay. The Rion comedy was really the highlight, but yeah, 2 3/4, like basic dark match stuff.
Yeah, the basic match. I can't complain about it, and yet I will, because there was a part of me that was like, as much as I do think it's kind of funny to watch Rion just stomp people's feet, I think she's a better wrestler who doesn't need to kind of have like a one-note gimmick, And it's fine to do that for an opening match, but there's a part of me that started to look into the future and thought, oh no, this is like the one thing she does. It's her new gimmick now, just being cute and stomping people's feet. And
yeah.
That would be terrible. I would hate that development.
The other Dai Zero match, this match, especially for a dark match, was really fucking good. Mm-hmm. It was Shuri defeating Kyoka Kitatsu in 10 minutes and 3 seconds with the ground style Suzaku. So yeah, Kyoka, I don't know. I thought this was a new theme song for her. Somebody else was telling me it wasn't, but I thought like I could have, maybe it's just like a remix or something or a different version than she was using, but like I could have sworn I remember hearing her theme song in like New Blood shows and stuff and not sounding like this. But maybe I'm wrong. This one sounded like really like this had this really like electronic funky beat to it that I'm just like, I don't remember this at all. But anyway, but she had like this pink and white frilly gear that was really good though. So the gear was good, even though the theme song didn't quite hit for me. But yeah, this match, they did some shooting. I always really enjoy that when we get Rings Idol Edition. The standing and throw. They did some standing up. Like some kicks and slaps and stuff, and then they went to the mat work. Looked very crisp, very real. You could tell these two have both fought before in their lives, which they both have. So I feel like people know that for sure, but I don't know how many people know that for Kyoka, that she actually did shoot fights before. We go into more standard wrestling stuff after. Shuri is like no-selling Kyoka's forms to the chest, but Kyoka came back with this tarantula-esque submission using the ropes. And then Shuri just kind of beat her ass, because I guess that's how she raises her karate children. She just beats the shit out of them. So, thought it was really good. Went 3 3/4 on this. For a 10-minute dark match, it really doesn't get much better than this.
Yeah. This was a really strong showcase for Kyoka, even though Shuri won. Now, I do think that there was a noticeable extra level to Shuri that showed that while Kyoka is a very, very good shoot-style wrestler, Shuri is still one of the best in the world, and there are levels to this game. Kyoka seems like particularly interested in just shoot-style, which I love, because Stardom needs just a little bit more of that. It's just for variety's sake. And it's nice that someone who has both real match experience, but also worked some UWF matches, specifically in Glade, is, I guess, like getting a little bit of shine right now, which makes me hopeful that I was kind of expecting, to be honest, that they would announce that she was signed full-time after this, because it felt auspicious that she was getting a special singles match with Shuri at the beginning of the show. But no such luck. But hopefully this presages her having participation in the 5-star.
Yeah, I really, really hope we get her in the 5-star this year, because she just definitely has improved. So.
Yeah, because I mean, I'll talk about this more with BOSJ, but I think a key part of an entertaining tournament is making sure to have a variety of wrestlers with a variety of ways that they want to win. And Hyogo really stands
The opener to the main show was Sayaka Kamatani and Ruaka defeating Suriano and Fuwa-chan in 9 minutes and 20 seconds. Saiwa pinning Fuwa with the Star Crusher. Interesting that Ruaka got her own entrance separate from Saya here. I don't know if that's a sign they want to push her as a singles more or what, or it's just like everybody else was getting it. Like Suri and Fuwa got their own entrance. If she wanted her own entrance too, I don't know.
Yeah, that's what it felt like to me.
Saya and Ruaka like taking turns just literally stepping on Fuwa early was like kind of cute. And then Saya even did like this big leap over a kneeling Ruaka for fun, which I thought was really was really interesting. Ruaka is still just like a weirdly awkward and incompetent wrestler for someone at her level of experience by now. Like at one point, she whips Fuwa into the corner, but then just stands there and openly feeds for a missile dropkick for her while tensing up in a way that looks so stupid. It looks like she just stopped and said, like, drop kick me, sister, for like no reason. Yeah. Which you expect out of a rookie, maybe, but she's been at this for years. So it just didn't, I don't know what the fuck she still does shit like that for. Now, it could have been a miscommunication with Fuwa, and Fuwa is also very new, obviously. But like, it just looked really bad. Thankfully, after that, Saya and Sayori tagged in and did their usual super smooth work together. Then we got Fuwa and Saya for the first time, with Saya just like casually no-selling some pretty nice dropkicks from her, and then just wiping her out with a single high dropkick of her own. That was a great little sequence. And then Fuwa like undershot a dive attempt to the floor, though, pretty bad, and crashed into the ground in front of Saya and Ruaka hard. Luckily, she seemed to be fine afterwards, because that could have gone really bad.
She immediately popped up, too. Because Impact, it looks scary.
Definitely scary Impact, I agree. But yeah, Sayaka pinned Fuwa with the Star Crusher. Pretty good. Ruaka being in it held it back a little bit, but I still went like 3 1/4. I enjoyed it.
Yep. Nice little showcase for everyone involved, except I guess Ruaka, because that spot stood out to me too. Otherwise, pretty fun.
Pretty fun. I just love this Sayori and Fuwa team too, because they're so funny together. Like Fuwa's like just hyperactive, and Sayori's like, what is going on here? Like, what is going on? Every time they team together, I think of that.
It's a great contrast of energies, yeah.
Every time they team together, I think of this tweet Sayori had a few months ago, where Fuwa kept saying they were close, and she would posted a picture of her wearing Sayori's like fucking captain's hat from that that captain outfit she wears sometimes. Mm-hmm. And
her Sayori outfit.
Yeah. And then Sayori Sayori tweets in the middle of this, she's like, "We've never been close. At best, I made you wear a hat." Which I was like, so matter of fact. It's like, we've never been close. At best, I made you wear a hat. Very funny.
And
incredible.
I think Sayori's kind of used to this, because Fuwa has pretty similar energy to Natsupoi.
Yeah. And she does not have the warmth she has for Natsupoi either, so.
Yes.
Doesn't have the patience for this.
Hasn't gotten to know her well enough or long enough. So
it's starting to happen, though. I will say it's starting to happen. She's
that's the fun of it all, isn't it?
We're past the at best I made you wear a hat stage with now. She actually does seem to like her on some degree. So it's fun watching that develop.
That was the heartwarming moment to close the first 12 episodes of the romantic comedy anime that is about the two of them.
Then we had a 3-way battle match. Saya Ida pinning Xena in 10 minutes and 19 seconds with the Ida Bashi, and then Hanako was also involved. They did a 3-way test of strength spot to start, although Ida and Xena both started to cheat by using both their hands against Hanako. I don't know what these cheaters were doing. Xena lit up Ida with the chops to the chest, which you knew she wouldn't take lying down, but I didn't think Ida's return shots were actually her best, so advantage Xena there. She did get them on Hanako too, though. Ida, I mean, after Hanako missed a charge in the corner. This was fine, but I did think after that, at that point, it started to drag for me and started to get a little aimless, which could happen with these 3-ways. I just was one of these matches where I was ready for it to be over by the time it was over. So yeah, 3 stars. It was fine.
Yep, and Ida got the pin too, which at the time I thought, that might be foreshadowing something.
Indeed it was. The Artist of Stardom #1 contendership 3-way match. The God's Eye team of Ami Sourei, Hina, and Lady C defeating the Mivita Loca team of Rina Yamashita, Itsuki Aoki, and Akira Kuragane, and the Cosmic Angels team of Natsupoi, Yuna Mizumori, and Aya Sakura. It was Ami pinning Aya in 10:22 with the Like Thunder. So Aoki's vocal problems that she was having are over now, apparently. She was able to scream at a normal volume. There you go. This day's Poi dropkick victim was Lady C with a dropkick against the ropes, and Jesus Christ, Poi fucking destroyed this poor school teacher. Oh my, like really killed her with this dropkick. But yeah, this match I thought was really fun and also kind of wacky at the same time. Like Aya and Yamashita especially had like this kind of wacky strike exchange that was sort of half comedy in a way that's kind of hard to explain. You kind of just have to see it. They were like waving their arms around a lot, basically, between the strikes, but it was fun. There were these really cool triple simultaneous dives from the Kozen team, like 2 outside of the ring and 1 in the ring at one point. But yeah, those are like the big highlights. I just had a lot of fun with this match. Really good, like frenetic match here. And this is why I bitched endlessly about the artist division being sidelined, because, you know, you get these kind of matches on Stardom shows, but even like the number one contendership for these titles made the match feel bigger, and I think made the wrestlers try harder. Yep. I think it makes the wrestlers try harder too. So yeah, I was like 3 3/4. It was really good.
Yeah, 100% on co-signed on that. I've been saying it for years, but I think the specialty of Stardom is 6-man tags, or even bigger 4-man tags, 5-man tags. They just do choreographed chaos extremely well in this company. So bringing the artist titles back into the picture and hopefully getting them off of hate. Not that I have much of anything against the current hate team, but it does feel like their reign is long in the tooth and it's time to just try someone else for a bit. Hopefully God's Eye will win it, though I am a bit sad me Vita Loca weren't the next challengers.
I wanted God's Eye because I think this trio is really cool. They already had a failed challenge.
Right.
And I just think like it's time to get like these people, like especially Ami and Lady C, a belt. Like I think they just kind of need a belt at this point. Like I think it's time for that.
Yeah.
Whereas like, you know, I love Cosmic Angels obviously, but Natsupoi's, you know, Natsupoi had the white belt not that long ago, and you know, Yuna's already the high speed champion, which would add the same problem probably with Konami, where you know they don't seem to like do double champions very well. Although weirdly, when Tam was like red belt and artist champion, I remember getting more defenses. So I don't know why it was suddenly with this Konami white belt artist double champion thing we couldn't get any defenses. It was really weird.
Could be.
But maybe I'm remembering this wrong. We didn't start getting Tam defenses until after she lost the red belt. I don't know.
I'd have to check the page.
Because she lost the red belt. She lost the red belt to Saya in December, and they didn't lose the artist belts until a few months later to Neo Gen in 2025. So I can't remember if they got. Yeah, it might have been the same thing, and they just did the reverse, where we didn't get, we didn't get any real artist challenges until after she lost the red belt. I don't know. Stop putting the artist belts on singles champions, I guess.
It will especially feel good for Lady C, I think, because she's someone who has improved quite a lot in the past couple of years. I think Amy and Hina have always been tagged for singles greatness. It's just a matter of time. But for Lady C, non-zero chance like this title is the only title she takes in her career. And you can tell it means a lot to her to win them. So it's made her like a main character in a team with 2 bigger stars, which is quite impressive. And
she's never held any title in Stardom, because I just double checked to make sure. I'm like, I don't think she's held the future even. No, she hasn't. So
she never even challenged for the future, I'm pretty sure.
Is that really true?
Check that history, but
Let's see. Lady C cage matches, search for future. No, she did. She challenged. She challenged Rina. Oh, she challenged quite a few times actually. I hate to ruin your spot.
I did not remember any of these.
Yeah, she challenged 4 times. So she unsuccessfully challenged Ruaka in November 2021. Hanan in
the future belt. Wow.
Hanan in January 2022. Ami Sore in March 2023, and Rina in June 2023. So yeah, 4 out of 6.
All right, so edit that part out. We didn't discuss. right, restarting in.
Now I checked. See, I had to check this one because I was like, I could have sworn I remember her challenging the future, but I wouldn't have guessed 4 times though. To be fair to you, so I would have guessed like once maybe.
The two of us
like
would do extremely bad in Stardom trivia.
I had like a vague memory of her challenging Rena, but the other ones were like really pandemic, and I don't know. I guess I wasn't paying any attention. Yeah, like I wouldn't even remember that Baraka had the future either, just like you didn't. So
was that during the pandemic?
That was 2021. Yeah.
Wow, definitely the worst part of 2021 for sure.
Baraka, future champion. The next match, but yeah, I totally agree. Lady C needs to get an artist belt. I'm really excited for her to get that. And hopefully, it's coming up tomorrow, actually. So, but by the time most people listen to this, they should know already, actually, if because usually these shows come out the next day. So,
I mean, let's not presume anything though. Konami loves nothing more than breaking people's hearts like this. So
I'm sure. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me, but I really hope God's Eye wins. Next match, Hazuki and Koguma FWC defeating Azumi and Emma Maishima. It was Hazuki pinning Emma in 14:44 at the Diving Senton. This was supposed to be a Goddesses title match. Miyu had to be replaced by Emma due to her recent hospitalization. They were very vague about what she was hospitalized for, like they almost always are, which is that's a policy I like. So I'm not criticizing that at all. But I know Starlight Kid, like the day before this, tweeted something that was basically like she's out of the hospital already and doing better. So it sounds like she'll be back before too long. But yeah, I mean, it didn't sound like it was anything super, super serious to begin with because they said originally like she'd be out a week or two and they'll push the title defense back, basically. So yeah, I mean, but get well soon, Miyu, either way. And speaking of get well soon, Miyu, Koguma wanted Azumi to do the Kuma dance with her as a get well soon tribute to Miyu because Miyu, of course, loves the Kuma dance. Although she refused to do it in the whole lead up to this title match, I thought was funny. Because she's like, no, I'm taking this seriously. But yeah, Azumi at first was like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing your damn bear dance. But Koguma finally convinced her to do the Kuma dance with her. And there was like a moment, I don't know if you noticed this, where Azumi had to like psych herself up to do this goofy dance.
Yes, I saw that.
She's too serious, I guess, for the Kuma. She's like, okay, I gotta get in the mindset of doing the stupid dance. I thought that was very funny.
I think she knows her persona is that she is a very serious wrestler. She would never do any goofy shit.
Exactly.
She's never won a match in 21 seconds as a goof.
Well, I get, yeah, I mean, it's a very different brand of goofing, I guess, maybe, but then they do the Kuma dance finally, and the funniest thing to me is they tagged out without incident, like nothing else happened.
I was
usually somebody's schoolboys the other
for Koguma to turn the tables. Yeah, tag awesome.
No, Koguma, I guess, wanted to keep it pure because it's a pure tribute to Miyu. So
yeah, I guess they just do the perfect ratio of sometimes Koguma's going to attack you when you do the bear magic, and sometimes nothing's going to happen. I never know when I'm watching it. It makes me tense up real hard.
When I'm watching this match, I was thinking like the way Azumi does things so effortlessly just never ceased to amaze me. Like there's one point in this match where the announcers, I'm pretty sure, I mean, they definitely said Tensai, which is like genius. And I'm pretty sure the announcers were so amazed by her, they started talking about what a wrestling genius she is. And I'm just like, yeah, I have to agree. She is a wrestling genius.
She has spent, 12 years in the ring?
Yeah. I mean,
on
she does like
daily basis, more or less.
I mean, she looks very, very natural. That's for sure. She did according to her at least, though. I remember watching an interview she did in Japanese, and it had like subtitles. I was able to like do the auto translate on, and for the parts I couldn't really understand. But I'm pretty sure what she was saying is like she doesn't actually practice her matches that much because her whole thing is like the way she was explaining it is when I have the adrenaline of being in an actual match in front of an actual crowd, I can get my body to do things I cannot just get to do just fucking training.
Yeah. Which
is crazy. Like she just basically doesn't practice a lot of these spots, which is like, according to her, just crazy to me. But yeah, for like a non-title tag match with a rookie in there as a last minute replacement, this went way harder than you might expect. Like Emma, to her full credit, she did not look remotely out of place here. Like they dropped her in here with three for sure two of the best workers in Stardom, Azumi and Hazuki, and Koguma's not that far behind. I mean, she's good. So
and also most veteran, right? Because
most
Kokuma is the most veteran, I think, of the group.
Yeah, she's been around since 2013 now, 14.
Sounds about right. She's like the second class or so starting.
Yeah, or is it 12? I don't know. Because when the fuck did Azumi start? Azumi was like 2014, right? I think.
That's a good question. Is Azumi actually Koguma senpai? Because it seems like she's everybody's senpai.
We gotta answer these questions.
We gotta look.
Koguma started in 2013. Okay. Yeah, I always forget how veteran she is because she has that big gap.
Right.
But yeah, 2013.
So, 2014 for Azumi.
Yeah, so Koguma's actually... But Azumi has more years total in the ring, though, because she doesn't have that big gap.
Yes.
Yeah. But yeah, Koguma did start earlier. Anyway, because people don't know, Koguma was absent from like sometime in 2015 to like 2021. So it's quite a long time.
Yep.
Came
back for like a nostalgic rumble during one of the Stardom shows, and Mayu basically said, "Hey, would you like to just come back and do this full time? Because you still look good."
Yeah. So. Koguma was like, "Okay."
Yep.
But yeah, so Azumi. But yeah, well, I was saying about Emma, she looked really good here. And she just did eat the pin, of course. But yeah, really good match. I went 3 3/4 in this as well. Just everything up. This undercard was really slapping at this point. And yeah, this was just a lot of fun. After the match, Azumi officially invited Emma to join Neo Genesis. Emma somewhat surprisingly said that while she's happy to be invited, she can't decide today. I don't know. I wasn't expecting that. Maybe they just want to wait until Miyu and May, Sierra are both back in order, because May is also injured right now. So before they introduce a new member. But yeah, she's like, they did like a little cute little thing at the signing where they all like they all gave her like signed autographs, which I thought was cute.
That's really good. They're pushing it hard. They really want to sign this rookie.
Yeah, I mean, they're really doing a lot of cool stuff with this rookie class and like bringing them into new units, because you have the same time, you obviously have the Aya Sakura. It's supposed to be Sakurawa like putting her through trials, but it's really just Aya Sakura putting God, why am I blanking on her name? The Okinawan, who I love. Why can't I think of her name? Not Ami. God. This is like the worst feeling in the world when you're trying to think of a wrestler's name.
Ane?
You know you should... What? Ane, thank you. Ane Kaniya. That's what I was trying to think of. They're putting Ane Kaniya through the Sakurawa trials, and that's what they said they were going to do at least, but all the trials are just Aya Sakura. Just somehow makes it really funny to me. Like, it's really just Aya putting her through all this.
Well, Kurama's a big star right now. She's too busy for this.
I also think the idea is that Aya is just kind of like... Aya just gets, like... I don't want to say gets off on this. It sounds too naughty. But, like, Aya really enjoys this in like a sadistic way that I don't think, Sakura would feel... Or, I mean, with Sayaka would feel the same way about. So, it's kind of funny. But did you see, like, the latest development, which was making her, like, do this, like, very old school Japanese dance?
No. I was not aware of this stuff with Ane at all, to be honest. So...
She's, like, she's making Ane learn this, like, really, really old school Japanese dance. Like, and the way the thing introduces it, too, she's like, everyone in Cosmic Idols knows this dance. And you're set up to think it's going to be like, okay, well, what kind of cool, new school dance moves are we talking about here? And it's just, like, really, really old school, I think, like, called Enka dance, like something. It's, like, really traditional dance.
To, like, shovel...
I think so. Yeah.
Yes, and there's, like, like, I've seen that before as a gag in anime for, like, what Hicks think dancing is.
Yeah. But that's what they did. She's making
I'm pretty sure everywhere. I've seen Sakura Hirota do exactly that dance on a Sendai Girls show before.
But it's a great little story. So I'm definitely enjoying it.
I'm so glad they're actually making progress on getting these rookies into units. It's been bothering me how many freelancers there are outside of units in Stardom right now. And
Rion's probably going to join the Ito Respect Gundan, which is going to become which is basically an official unit at this point. I mean, it was even like it was on the screen during Kikyo's entrance to this next match. So
that's a shame. I actually was going to say I think they should make another official unit, but never recognize the Ito Respect Army as a unit, just because that would be the funnier outcome. And I think that's the correct choice to make with anything related to Maki Ito at all times.
So our next match was Rana Yagami making her fourth successful defense of the Future of Stardom title, beating Kikyo Furusawa in 10:45. Kikyo, a good underdog here, as you'd expect from her, doing all the fiery, never back down stuff well. And there was this great little sequence where she drop kicked Rana's leg, got her in the ankle lock, and then also turned it into a sort of like sit down cradle, just when it looked like Rana was going to get out of the ankle lock for a very close near fall. So that was really good. And then she got the cross leg variant on not long after that, which Rana struggled in for a while before she finally made the ropes. And then Rana put her down with 2 high kicks and her stretch thing, I believe the Thai Rock, if that name is correct on the website, for the win.
Thai Rock?
It was a good Thai. What was it called? Sorry?
Thai, I think. There's 2 syllables in her name.
Thai Rock. Thai Rock. Okay,
that sounds right. That sounds right.
But a good match that I wish had a little more crowd heat. But what can you do there? 3.5-star match. Good match.
This was a really good match to me too. It was kind of a match of 2 halves, where the first half is Rana's style of wrestling, right? And Kikyo has to kind of endure it until she can finally start wrestling her more submission-based style. And Rana has to endure that until Rana gets the advantage again and puts away the match. And Kikyo, I really just like watching her work submissions because she's like a very, very, very junior Zack Sabre Jr. And I mean that in the sense that Zack's style of submissions are very jazzy, right? In the sense that he's improvising it. So you're always going to watch him try something new every time he wrestles. And Kikyo always seems to come up with like new ways to lock an opponent in a submission, or transition in a way that I wouldn't expect her to when her opponent is in like a certain position. So it's just really interesting to watch. And again, only like a year and a half, maybe 2 years of professional experience at this point. So it's really impressive what she's doing so far. It's clunky in a way that like Zack Sabre Jr. never is. I don't want to overdo this comparison, but she's a submission artist in a way that's just fun to watch.
The next match was the 4-way number 1 contendership World of Stardom title match. Suzu Suzuki pinning Maika in 13 minutes and 17 seconds. Also involved Starlight Kid and Natsuko Tora. So I was very emotionally invested in this match because I figured correctly, because it would be announced pretty soon, not long after this, that the winner of this match was going to be challenging for the red belt on the show that I'm front row for, the Stardom the Conversion next month on June 20th at Tokyo Yogi Gym. I wanted Starlight Kid. Obviously, it didn't happen. He was my favorite wrestler in this match. But more than that, I just wanted anyone but Natsuko Tora. And it's really not even against Natsuko Tora, who I think is, has made a big strides as a wrestler in the last year, especially. It's more just I really don't want it. I didn't want them to go right back to Sayaka / Cosmic Angels versus Hate for the next month. I wanted them to keep exploring different stuff with this and keep doing different stuff with the red belt. And I thought it was going to be Tora, so I was pleasantly surprised by the result. First of all, even though it wasn't my number 1 choice, I guess it would be my number 2 choice. I mean, really, I wouldn't have minded either her or Maika. It was really anything but Tora for me is what I wanted, other than Starlight Kid. But yeah, I didn't take detailed notes here because I was kind of fading a little watching this live. Plus, there were just bodies fllying everywhere at times. But
this was a
very
really busy match.
Really busy, very action packed.
Yeah.
It's a bit of an interesting lineup, right? Because you have the 3 bigger girls and the tiny little kiddo, and they would all just kind of be dropping each other's heads and lifting each other before Kid just came flying in off the screen in a way that really worked for me. So that was the general theme or tone of the match. Tora
it really
actually
is impressive that Kid is so good at making her offense look effective for much bigger wrestlers like this.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Crazy.
Tora actually got the Swanton on Micah, but SLK made a desperate last-second save. She was able to hit a moonsault off the top on Tora, but this time it was Micah who broke it up by simply lifting her out of the pin in the way it looked really cool. She also kind of slammed her on her shoulder, though, which looked like it could have been pretty bad. But I don't think it's anything, though, because I think Starlight Kid is booked for the Korakuen already tomorrow. Yeah, she's booked on this show. So as far as I know, it wasn't anything. But the landing looked bad to me. Micah had Starlight Kid beat after the Michidoku driver. This time it was Suzu who saved. She and Micah then gave each other some really gross headbutts. Suzu kicked her head off, but Suzu kicked her head off, but Micah kicked out at 1. And then she hit the tequila shot, but Tora saved. And this kept getting another gear down the stretch before Suzu was finally able to pin Micah with the German suplex hold. I think like their third straight, honestly, to earn the next red belt shot. I thought this match fucking ruled. I went 4 stars on it. Just a great 4-way match, and just really, like I said, all action, obviously high stakes, and I was particularly invested in the result, so I really liked it.
Nice. Yeah, I really liked it as well. Probably my second favorite match of the night.
My second favorite match of the night
it started at hectic and got more frenzied from there. So really impressive work from all 4 girls, and I'm, as a Suzu Suzuki fan, I'm kind of psyched to see her challenge for the red belt, even though I don't, in retrospect, the more I think about it, I don't really give her much of a chance. I think this is them booking another really good bully wrestler to make Kurara look good. But it should be a heck of a match, so good outcome.
The next match was the Wonder Stardom title match, the white belt match. Hanan makes her first defense against B. Priestley in 20 minutes and 2 seconds with the wrist clutch type backdrop hold. I'll give the devil her due and say that B's black and white heel entrance gear that like glowed in the dark looked really cool. So there you go. She was pretty good in this match in general. This match was better than I expected, but then also I have my issues with it. So I have a lot of notes for this. Wow. Okay. Try to get through some of this faster. I always love having Aina Aiba around as a guest ring announcer, by the way. She's really good at it. Like, really good at it. So definitely always like having her around. And Hanan's red gear also looked very cool, but it's kind of funny. She finally won the white belt and immediately switched to red gear. Like,
yes.
what are you doing there, girl? Like, she had that white gear all that time. But yeah, so B went after Hanan's left arm and elbow that's all taped up almost immediately. And as usual, Hanan sells it very well. And this is where I started thinking about, like, so I think one of my disconnects with Hanan, usually, is she's quite, like, big and tall for a Joshi wrestler at, like, I think she's 5'6" or whatever. And sometimes when I watch her, I just want her to lean into that size a little more, especially when she's in there with smaller wrestlers, which she is a lot of the time. And it feels like her instinct is to sell and sell and sell. And I'm almost like, girl, you could like fucking take it to these girls, like, if you really wanted to. And it just feels like she never really is as much of a bully as I want her to be. And it's just not her energy or something. But yeah, here though, B actually is one of the only wrestlers in the company that is a little taller and, a bit bigger than her. So Hanan's instinct to sell and sell and sell worked a bit better here. Plus, she had like this pre-existing arm injury that they really leaned into right from the start. So that definitely worked. Thought a good comeback from Hanan, still very much selling the arm that was worked over. She did a really good job showing her desperation during the comeback. She hit one like really solid form from her knees with the good arm, not the bad arm, where it felt like she was standing up for herself against the bully. So, that worked. And then B fired back with one really good one of her own. And then Hanan hit this big backdrop suplex off the second rope, but couldn't immediately follow up, again, still selling the arm. And it got the crowd as behind her as they've been all night, though. B threw Hanan into the ref, then threw the belt into Hanan's arms. And this spot I thought was really fucking stupid. I didn't think it fit the tone of the match at all. And it let B hit her in the head with the chair, while Barb took way too long handing off the white belt to, I guess, Sai Ida at ringside. And that's a spot I hate when I would watch AEW and see them do it all the time. So I certainly have to hate when Stardom does it too. I don't think Barb took quite as long as fucking Bryce Remsburg or that other fucking idiot AEW ref whose name I can't remember. Somehow they just make that spot look even worse. But it still looked pretty bad here, I thought. That led to the Queen's Landing for a near fall. B then hit the plan B, but Hanan kicked out again. The other issue, maybe I just never thought Hanan was losing this, but I guess it's good to show her being resilient. Did you bite at all in these near falls? I'm just out of curiosity.
Near the end. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. When B made her come back, that's when this match went another level for me. Because full disclosure, this was my favorite match of the show.
Okay. Let me just finish giving my little thoughts, my rating, then you can put it over even more than I did. B went for another Queen's Landing. Hanan turned into a sort of slow reverse Rana. Didn't really look great, but it did get the biggest Hanan chant in the match. So hey, she had a backdrop.
The crowd is really loud at this point, by the way, too.
She had a backdrop suplex on B while she was climbing the ropes, like off of the second rope again. Followed immediately by another bridging backdrop for 2. B blocked another one, hit a super kick, then tried to use Hanan's own move on her, but Hanan escaped, hit an enziguri, got the wrist clutch backdrop, and that's the pin. So where I'm at in this match is I was really, really digging it for a long while. I was probably on pace to go 4 or maybe even slightly higher, but I thought the heel spot they did was really stupid. It didn't fit the overall flow of the match at all. I feel like if they just stuck to the story with the arm work, which was working really well, and then gone to the finish without the fucking stupid heel spot, or done a different heel spot that wasn't so stupid at least, this match would have landed much better for me. But as it is, I just didn't, it did not work for me. And that was my big issue with the match. But I still think Hanan's performance in particular was really good. I thought B was mostly good here besides the heel spot. So I went 3.5 ultimately. That's where I landed.
This to me made me wonder if Stardom wasted a lot too much time having B be a face just to have her turn, 8 months in to her time back in Stardom, because B was such a convincing bully heel here and was so good at the role of not just working over Hanan's injury in ways that looked really painful. She also just would not back down when Hanan would try to make a comeback and made her really, really earn it. Which is a tricky balance to pull, right? I think she just... It turns out that, most of her career has probably been being the bully heel. She was kind of a bully heel even as champion in Queen's Quest, definitely in Oedo Tai. I think in AEW that was also her role. And she's just good at it. And it turns out that, she was the perfect choice to start off Hanan's reign and get it off on the right foot and get people who, I think Hanan, while she is a very good wrestler, partly for the reason you described, people find her a little underwhelming. Even though she is a likable, good wrestler, I wouldn't say she's an exciting wrestler. And I think getting someone to convincingly beat her up and make her earn back any offense that she wants to have even a chance to win that match goes a long way to getting the crowd pumped to start cheering for Hanan, which you could hear. The stadium got pretty loud cheering for Hanan, especially after that cheating spot, and B starts to make her comeback anyway, and it starts to look like she might actually pull it off, because with the structure of the match, I went from thinking there's no way B's going to win to, you know what, if she's going to win, this would be the way that she would win it, right? Is not just so much that she cheats to win it, it's that she ultimately beats down or injures Hanan enough that she hits a big move like the Queen's Landing, which was very protected in her first run in Stardom, by the way. And Hanan kicking out of that felt huge, then knowing that background. And generally made her comeback in general feel like a big deal that she was able to pull back from all that and seal it. So yeah, I'm much higher on this than you, though I think you raised fair points about both the spot with the belt, which was annoying. But I guess my big point of contention, or sorry, my point of divergence is I think B was even better than I expected, and I'd really like to see her stick to this role if she's sticking around in Stardom long term, because they have a lot of young wrestlers who I think would benefit from getting a little shine the way that Hanan did in this match.
What kind of star rating would you
Oh, I don't know. I don't do stars, but like 4.25 probably.
give? Okay. The main event, I'll be interested to hear your thoughts on this too, because I really like this match. I think I'm the high one on it, just judging my cage match and some other reactions I've seen. But I thought this match absolutely ruled. But yeah. And then the match started out with Maki getting... Oh, let me give the time first. What am I doing? So yeah, Sayaka Kurara beat Maki Ito in 21:51 with the Tokimeki Spear, make her first defense. So yeah, Maki got this little mini Big Match guitar riff intro before actual theme song started playing, which is pretty cool. I love those. I love Big Match intros. They're always awesome. Need more of them, honestly. While I'm on the subject of the theme song, though, I'm always kind of confused why the video board says "oh" like OH exclamation point for her song when it clearly sounds like saying "whoa whoa" to me.
Are you sure? I hear "oh."
You hear "oh." Maybe it's just me then. Maybe it's just me.
I mean, I don't know. I haven't looked at the lyrics.
I mean, it could just be maybe I'm just mishearing.
And it could just be the power of suggestion too, right?
It could be. The video screen is telling you it's "oh."
Right, exactly.
But there you go. Maybe we can ask the people. Do you hear "whoa whoa" or "oh"? Very important.
One of these two might be our secret word when we go over 5 hours.
That's true. When the match starts, there's a very, very huge Ito chant the bell. Doesn't really surprise me at this point. She's very, very over. They start out with some pretty basic mat wrestling. I like Sayaka's explosiveness coming off the ropes to the flying shoulder block after they stand back up, though. That looked, there was this one shoulder block I thought she did. I thought looked really good. I think Aina on commentary said Ito didn't look very cute when she sort of angrily slammed Sayaka on the floor, which was funny if I heard that correctly. I think she did say like kawaii kunai. But yeah, Maki's control period in the back of the ring, not real exciting stuff. Always been kind of an issue for her. Like, her character is very aggressive and sort of heelish, but I don't think she actually works heel particularly well as far as like filling time in a match. But she does have a very expressive face, which works for all of her, like, you know, I'm pissed off faces she makes, though. They ended up on the apron where Sayaka ran her backward into the post, and then they hit a nice little diving crossbody to the floor. Then back in the ring, Sayaka got this interesting leaping takedown straight into her choke sleeper, which basically like jumped on her and got the body scissors, like very similar to what Uda Takami does in Tokyo Joshi with the koala clutch, actually. And then Maki does make the ropes, though. And then I like the way that Maki like rolled backwards into a half crab off of the forearm exchange. That was a very smooth transition. She tried to turn it into a full crab, but when she leaned back too far, Sayaka was able to roll it into a pinfall attempt again. Again, very natural looking counter. Ito was able to get it back on pretty quickly, and she kept pulling Sayaka away every time she's about to get to the ropes. She then crosses her legs and gets the full Ito special on, but she can't quite hold it, so she goes back into a half crab, and that finally lets Sayaka crawl her way to the ropes just before the 15-minute call. That all looked really natural, really good stuff. Really good sequence. Maki misses the diving headbutt off the top, which lets Sayaka hit her with the Tokimeki Spear the moment she bounced back up. She went for a second one with a big charge. Maki pushed her aside, but Sayaka immediately hit a running knee. But Maki no-sold it and hit a running stomp. Sayaka came right back with the running bulldog in the corner, and then the Tokimeki Arrow. I think that's what it's called, the Falcon Arrow or whatever. That gets a 2 count. And then there was another big Ito chant at that point. She hit this like leaping stomp counter of the Tokimeki Spear. That looked really good too. They managed to lift her for a double underhook DDT, which got a 2 count as well. And they slowly traded forms to the chest as they both got back up. Sayaka especially landed some pretty damn hard ones. I really liked her whole, like, I'm a sicko facial expression during this sequence too. Like, she's enjoying it. Like, she kind of goes to that place, you know? And just
Ito does?
No. Sayaka
does?
Yeah, because she's like throwing these forms, she's getting this like this facial expression, like, I'm enjoying giving out the punishment, which is obviously not. It's an interesting thing to her character, where she, like, you know, suddenly like gets a little more vicious and gets a little more sadistic. When normally, obviously, she's like the cute unicorn. So she hits a really good Tokimeki Spear, but Ito kicks out at 2 again, which earns another Ito chant. Sayaka hits the violent screwdriver, but Ito again kicks out. I was just really, really into this at this point. And she lifts up one more defiant middle finger. So Sayaka simply spears her again and pins her, which I liked a lot as a finish. I didn't think this overstayed its welcome at all. I thought this was actually pretty fucking great. And I can see someone who doesn't care about either wrestler not being into it, I guess. But if anything, I was surprised this wasn't getting more buzz. Besides the early part I talked about that was a bit boring, which you can say for a lot of matches, honestly. I thought these two really delivered in the spot. So I went 4 stars flat on it. I thought it just beat out the 4-way for my match of the night, and I really enjoyed it.
I'm one of those who didn't enjoy it that much. And sadly, it's not because I'm not involved in or invested in the wrestlers. I love them both. I think as a first offense, you couldn't have built a better feud because it was completely natural for Ito to challenge Kurara, and it also was just an interesting first-time match where it just wasn't clear at all where either of them fell in the wrestling hierarchy in the promotion, right? So it also felt like either result could be pretty natural. So I came in pretty excited to watch it. I think where it lost me is I had a hard time finding a narrative thread for most of the match. It wasn't clear to me for a while. Not so much who was on top, who was doing offense, right? It's a wrestling match. That's a key part of the structure. I guess I just wasn't really finding much in the way of a story being told as they traded control periods, right? And it didn't really come together for me until Ito tried to lock in the Ito Deluxe, and they went into the finish. But that's still 2/3 of the way into the match. So it just lost me for too long to really feel invested in it. That said, I think I also agree that ending rules. That's perfect for Ito. That's exactly how she could go out. Because what it felt like was when she kicked out at 1, she was still basically dead and spent the rest of her energy entirely just to give Kurara the middle finger. And Kurara could have blown Ito over with a feather and held her down for a 20 count. It wouldn't have mattered. It was just important to Ito that she tell Kurara to go fuck herself. Just for the pleasure of it. And that's just great character work right there. So, yeah, I'd say disappointing first defense. Hopefully not. I hope this is not indicative of Kurara's inexperience, meaning that she will struggle in matches where she needs to be the guide or the leader for what the story of the match should be. Because I don't know who between the two of them would have planned out the match or how they would have done that. Right?
Yeah.
But I'm rambling a bit at this point, so that's my take on it.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll be the high person on it. That's fine. Afterwards, Sayaka tried to reach out to Ito, but ate a stutter for her troubles, which the crowd popped for, which I thought was funny.
Yep.
She is stone cold Maki Ito. But then Suzu came out for the big confrontation. I already like the dynamic here, but on the other hand, though, Sayaka is in kind of a rough spot where she's kind of going from one cool heel to another, as I realized at that point, basically.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see. I guess we'll see how the crowds react heading into your Yogi. But for Sayaka, if you're going to take something away from this, I think some people made too big a deal of the fact that they cheered Maki Ito against her. It's not like they booed Sayaka.
No.
They didn't boo her once.
I think most people understood Sayaka was probably going to retain. So there was an element of cheering the underdog.
Yeah, and they just like Maki Ito.
Yep.
So we'll see how the crowd reacts for Sayaka versus Suzu. I feel like, if anything, it'll feel more possible that Suzu might win. Because, could see them giving... You weren't going to have Sayaka lose the belt in first defense, but you could see her losing it in a second. That could happen.
Mm-hmm.
So...
I thought a lot about this, John.
I don't think she's going to lose, but I think it's much more possible.
It does feel more possible than Ito, I agree. I think the big thing, though, is with her health issues earlier this year. I wonder if she's perceived as, maybe not consistently healthy enough to be your top champion. Especially because if she wins at the conversion, she's going to hold that belt through the 5-star at the least. And probably all the way until December at the least. Now...
Yeah, there's Sapporo before the 5-star still, I think.
Oh, there is? Okay.
I think. And if it was like last year, there is. Let me see. I'm going to July. I'm checking to see if there's Sapporo again. Oh, actually, there isn't. There you go.
There isn't. Okay.
Yeah, no Sapporo this year. We go.
Yeah, we go from the conversion, and then the next big pay-per-view is going to be the 5-star opener. Yeah,
because it goes conversion. There's a couple Korakuens after the conversion, but they're not doing the Sapporo Rendezvous this year, apparently. Or if they are, it'll be after. I'm just checking to see if they're running Sapporo for the 5-star now. August. Yeah, they're running Sapporo for the 5-star.
Okay.
So they're just putting Sapporo as part of the 5-star. That's it. It's the same venue and everything. The Chate Gato Kingdom Sapporo. That resort looks amazing. That I want to go to sometime. Preferably when Stardom's running there.
Anyway, I think sorry.
I was gonna say they rolled the Sapporo thing into the 5-star. That's all.
Okay. Sorry, I just wanted to say, like, in terms of in-ring, like, no doubt in my mind that Suzu Suzuki would be a terrific red belt champion. I also think that she does have several really hot feuds built in. So, Maika is obvious, and with the way that Suzu Suzuki...
She beat her again. I didn't even think of that until you just said that. Like, she got another fucking W over Maika. Wow.
So...
She killed her in that feud.
Yeah. So, but if you want to set up a similar dynamic to their feud from a few years ago, making sure that Maika is the underdog, I think, is the right call. Because you wouldn't necessarily think it, because Maika is a strong, and I mean that physically, wrestler. Like, she has a physically imposing presence. But Suzu Suzuki being favored, I think, like, helps make Maika and their feud more interesting if they wanted to run that back for the red belt. If they wanted to run it for, say, Ryogoku in December, Sayaka Kurara would also be a natural feud for Suzu Suzuki. They did have a fantastic match in Korakuen before. And I think there was, like, kind of an... Was the year that Suzu Suzuki won, was that also the year Saya was injured? Because I think there was some conspiracy thinking that was the year Saya was supposed to win the 5-star. I don't remember if that's the same year. Regardless, so she has, like, good top level red belt contenders that would be very easy to immediately set up feuds for. That's it. I just don't think it's likely to happen. I think, in all likelihood, believe it or not, Kurara's going to hold the belt for most of the year. Because I think the way that they're going to do this is Saya Kamatani.
Back to Saya.
Yeah, Saya Kamatani wins the 5-star, challenges every year.
Yeah. Well, I'll have to wait and see.
Yep.
Here's the question: is the Dream Queendom main? Maybe Saya wins the belt back earlier, and the Dream Queendom main is Saya versus Utami.
Oh, that would be a great choice. Yes, but so since we brought up Utami this early, I wonder if we're going to even see Utami this year outside of freelance work. Because remember,
I think so. Well, did you not hear what I said on last week's episode?
No, what was it?
Okay, so the English commentary on the Korakuen show.
Yes, Sunny, I did hear this. Sorry, but go on ahead.
Yeah. Sunny kept saying that she's going to freelance at first, but she will by the end of the summer, we'll know where she's quote unquote going. It'll be clear where she's going.
I forgot by the end of the summer part.
Yeah. So he makes it sound like it's already a done deal and she's going somewhere, and there's going to be a little delay in between. But
yeah,
that's why I even wonder if, like, will she debut on the conversion next month? It wouldn't even shock me.
Yeah.
Because they love to run big angles on the conversion too. Now, obviously, part of this is me wish casting because I'm going to be there. Mm-hmm. But it wouldn't shock me if they run that at the conversion. And then it's like, okay, well, now the big storyline heading into the 5-star is Utami's return. Yep. And you do like the first Saya Utami match during the 5-star, maybe either during the same block, or you do it in the tournament more likely, where they both advance from their blocks.
Or that's the final.
Or that's the final, and then you run it back at Dream Queendom.
Yeah.
That's just I'm just obviously, fancy booking here to a degree. But yeah, it just feels like the biggest thing they could do. And it feels like, why else would Utami leave? To me, it has to be either she like sighs in her ear and says, come back to Stardom. I have all this power here. We can get a fucking feud between the two of us finally. And because she sure as fuck seems like she got who she wanted as the to beat her for the red belt. And on the other hand, the only reason why I would see her leaving is because she's going to America, which, I just think it's more likely to be Stardom in America.
I agree.
There was something else she said in the press too, where she said like, she's like, this is just after the Marigold show. She said like, I think people might be upset with me, and I hope they're not, or something like that. I don't know, but that might not be the exact quote. It was something like that. It was something about, I'm worried people are going to be upset with me or something. And I'm like, well, I don't know why she would say that if she was going to WWE, even AEW. Yeah. So people being upset with her, to me, sounds like she's worried that people are going to think she betrayed Marigold and went back to Stardom. So,
well, we'll talk about it when we get to Marigold, but that's not the vibe I got from the show at all. They still love her there.
I agree. I think she means more the fans.
Yes, the fans definitely. And there's, as we've covered, some real weird psychos out there.
Yeah, English and Japanese speaking.
True. So the reason I thought maybe not this year was because Ito left TJPW around the same time, and just freelanced and did not appear at all in Stardom until the beginning of the next year, which made me wonder if they had some sort of non-compete.
Well, if you believe
similar.
So again, if you believe what Sonny said, Sonny claimed everybody was on handshakes until
in Marigold, yes.
Yeah, until Utami left until Utami decided to leave in January, and that was the impetus to finally get people under contract.
Yep.
So, and remember, Bozilla did not have to wait that long between Marigold and Stardom, if I remember correctly. Like, I don't know, I'm trying to remember. She left Marigold. She debuted at the conversion in 2025. That was June. I'm trying to remember when she left Marigold. I feel like it was April or something. Let me say. So the timeline would be very similar. Bozilla, her last appearance in Marigold in 2025. Yeah, it was April 12th.
Wow. Okay.
So she had to wait like 2 months. So even if it's exactly the same for Utami, that wouldn't be the conversion. That would still be like July. So, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that convinces me actually. So I'm like 80% sure she's going to Stardom, but now I'm like 60% sure that you'll see her at the conversion. That's when they do.
I think so too. But we'll see. It could be. It wouldn't totally shock me if like they decide to hold off on her until after the 5-star either, just to be like, well, we have the whole 5-star, we have the tournament and everything, and then after the 5-star, she'll be a big thing.
And it's not like they need her in the 5-star either. They still have
They have
plenty of wrestlers, roster. And still they make 32 wrestlers in their tournament feel like a tight number because of how many people they leave out.
Yeah. But yeah, that's a Stardom show. So I thought, a good pay-per-view, not quite spectacular or anything, but for a B show, there was a lot of stuff on the show I liked. So I thought some of the discourse around the show was pretty stupid. But what are you going to do? It's how it always is.
I mean, this is a B show that lots of competitors would kill to have as their biggest show of the year. In terms of quality, in terms of crowd involvement. The crowd was a little at different times in the show, but they really got into Hanan, they really got into Maki Ito, so I'm not going to do a huge preview of the Korakuen because again, it's tomorrow when I'm recording this. By the time most of you hear this, you'll be able to watch it. But we'll cover it on next week's Omakase. Obviously, the only big thing on this show is the artist title match main event with the Konami, Rina, and Fukigen team defending against Lady C, Hina, and Ami Sourei, which again, I'm very much pulling for God's Eye in that match. So, but it's a good-looking card. I mean, a good-looking Korakuen card. So, see what comes out of that. It will be refreshing to see Suzu Suzuki feud with someone who's not my guy. So
yeah, finally. Yeah, we have a nice little Sayaka and Natsupoi against Suzu Suzuki and Akira Kuragane opener, so they get them on YouTube, which is cool. Definitely looking forward to that. But yeah, that is your match. And the first 2 official matches for the conversion. Oh, I forgot to mention this. Hanan nominated Saya Ida at the end of the white belt match.
Oh, yep.
Which I thought was funny because I'm like, I'm going to 2 Stardom shows between December and June, and Saya Ida challenged the white belt on both of them. Which I'm not complaining because the match was awesome when she challenged at Dream Queendom. So, and there's obviously a lot of history here with these 2 as a team. So it'll be very interesting to see that match. Hanan will defend the Wonder title against Saya Ida, and Sayaka Kurara will defend the World title, the Red Belt, against Suzu Suzuki. So my first 2 matches for the conversion. Shuri backstage was teasing she was a Japanese wrestler that's well known overseas. She wants to defend the IWGP against. I assume she's probably talking about her former tag partner Hikaru Shida. I'm also assuming it's probably for either Forbidden Door or like even that stupid Global Wars show or something, and not for the conversion. Okay. It's annoying because I really would like to see a big Shuri match, but what are you going to do? I mean, I guess there's always a chance because when the fuck is, I think the Forbidden Door is like 8 days later, I think. So it's definitely not that long after that. But
who does Shuri have in the Stardom roster who is a credible challenger for the IWGP? Is it just Saya Kamatani?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
because it feels like they kind of booked themselves into a corner with the belt being the veteran belt that basically only former red belt holders can win.
Yeah, or foreigners, basically,
or outsiders. Yeah. If you're a star like Mercedes Moné, but that's a high bar for a star too. So
yeah.
I don't know. Maybe at some level it's also fine that it's a belt that's just not defended that often.
Yeah.
If we get like 6 Banner Series matches a year, that's pretty good.
Yeah, totally. But yeah, there's your Stardom talk. Ready to head over to Shin Nihon?
Yes, let's do it.
Let's go to New Japan for the continuing coverage of the best of the Super Junior tournaments. We got 4 shows to get through here, so I'll try to be a little quicker on some of these match reviews. The first one
2 hours? Oh
my God. I know. Well, look, we are who we are.
This is a particularly like you and me problem too.
I know. Like you and I really love to waste 45 minutes on nothing. So,
yep.
I mean, this was one of the weeks where we could afford to do it. There wasn't that much we were covering. Like, there's an episode you signed up for in August where I'm like, we cannot waste 45 minutes on nothing. It will be on there.
That will be. It'll be our first 9-hour show. Look forward to
it. Best of Super Junior night 33. It starts out with night 4, which was last Wednesday, May 20th at Korakuen Hall. An attendance of 1257. Not a great number for a Best Super Junior dual block show, I don't think. But, it was a weeknight, I guess. But yeah, not even
Sorry,
close
what was
to
the attendance you said?
1257.
Oh, okay, yes.
It opened up with B block action. Jacob Austin Young defeating Kushida in 3 minutes and 3 seconds with the Bites the Dust. I should have seen this coming from the moment Zane J wasn't out there with Jacob Austin Young, but he jumped Kushida from behind during his entrance, and Jay ended up winning a very quick match. Kushida made a brief comeback, but let himself get distracted by Zane again on the outside, chased him like a moron, which led to Jay hitting him with 2 straight DDTs, 1 on the floor, and then the Bites the Dust DDT back in the ring for the pin. Just a below average match here, unless you really like interference, but it was JY's first win, so he's got that going for him. But yeah, 2 1/4, not that good.
And against one of his mentors at the New Japan Academy in Los Angeles. So there's probably also an element of Kushida, the teacher, giving a stamp of approval to current Jacob Austin Young and Zane J. It's, by the way, very confusing that we have Jay, a.k.a. Jacob Austin Young, and Zane J paired together for most of this tournament. I don't like saying it out loud.
I was just thinking the exact same thing. Match number 2 in the A block. It was Daiki Nagai losing to Jun Kasai in 4:46 with the Going G My Way. Okay. Kasai was making all the I don't know. I thought just like all the, oh, he can't do anything besides deathmatch. People look stupid. I think it was a simple match, but he was still quite good in it. He was selling well for Daiki's Boston Crab, hit an awesome lariat. Maybe the roll-up could have been a little smoother, but I thought this was still quite fun while it lasted. So I went 3 stars. Perfectly fine little match.
I mean, I don't love wrestling matches where it turns out someone was faking their fake injury and uses that to their advantage. But this was Jun Kasai doing that as the wily veteran against Daiki. He didn't need to break out any of his deathmatch bag of tricks because Daiki is just too much of a young pup to be at his level. That's fine as a story. I just don't like the way it was told.
Match 3, back to the B block, was Yoshinobu Kanemaru defeating Robbie Eagles in 6:42 with a Hurricanrana. Kanemaru jumped Eagles for the bell and went right after the leg. Eagles was like, oh yeah, I can do that too, and just went after Kanemaru's leg. And at the end of a fast-paced sequence, Kanemaru shoved Eagles into the ref to bump him. Eagles went out and rolled him back in the ring himself. That's just like Kanemaru give him a Manhattan drop and then get a Rana pin for the win. Interesting to do a ref bump and not even really do any cheating. Like a Manhattan drop is not an illegal move. I kind of like that as a change of pace. It just distracted Eagles. I don't know. Kanemaru is doing this whole thing where he's just doing much more low-key trickery, which is cool compared to especially compared to some of the other shit people are doing here.
Well, it helps them stand out, right? Especially compared to Show. But I always think that that's been Kanemaru's modus operandi. He cheats. It is obvious, but it's also in the kayfabe of the match subtle. He makes sure the ref isn't looking.
But yeah, I thought this was pretty good. 3 1/4. Enjoyed it.
Yep, there's a lot of matches like this in Best of the Super Junior this year where it is perfectly fine, and I appreciate that because almost all of these are paced in such a way that the show just flies by. There's enough variety in everything that's going on, and the matches tend to be quick enough that it just feels like an easy watch. That's shorter than for this, 3 hours or so. I ended up watching it.
So I don't know, on this show especially, I was starting to feel like I was kind of tired of the really, really short matches on these dual block shows. I was ready for it to go to single block, but it's just me.
Well, good news. This is the last double block show for a while.
Yeah. So match 4, A block, Nick Wayne beat Ryusuke Taguchi in 2:52 with Wayne's World. I did enjoy the English announcers making fun of Wayne's very stupid theme song. That was funny.
What is his name?
Nick Wayne. Nick Wayne is his name.
Oh, with a name like that, sounds like he's about to go insane.
Yeah. All the AEW this is like the AEW hate podcast. AEW, if they didn't have so much licensed music, people would think of their current music as being really bad, just like they do at WWE. They just spend more on the licensed songs, but their actual in-house themes are almost all really bad. So anyway. Oh, I'm Nick, call me Nick Wayne. What else am I supposed to call you? It's your fucking name.
It's the rhyming with insane that really gets me. That's such a child's first attempt at doing a rap kind of rhyme scheme.
I'm about to go insane. Wayne hitting his own hip attack on Taguchi and then doing Taguchi's posing in the corner to set up a second one really popped Korakuen. And then he just finished Taguchi with Wayne's World right after. But yeah, not much to this match at all besides that really fun finish. It was just okay, 2 3/4.
Mm-hmm.
Match 5 in the B block, Taiji Ishimori beating Daisuke Sasaki in 11:36 with the Gato clutch. I kind of fucking hated Ishimori falling for the Sasaki handshake thing, where he held onto it right into La Mystica and the crossface, of course. Dude, Taiji, you were heel for the last 8 years or something until this year.
Yeah, but
why are you of all people? Okay, so you become the moment you turn to a babyface, you're like, oh, I can now fall for every single thing again.
Yeah, well, baby faces are stupid. What do you want?
They sure are. Awesome fucking spot though, where Ishimori looked for his own La Mystica, and Sasaki turned it into this super badass Rana pile driver thing. I don't really know how to describe it. It was really good. I still don't really get the Sasaki haters in the Best of Super Junior at all so far. Besides the stupid Kushida match, he's actually working much harder than he has in DDT most of the time recently. I thought he's been good.
Yeah.
The ref got bumped, but it was Ishimori who took advantage with the low blow, which I like. That now it's suddenly okay, remember he used to be a heel. But yeah, he got the Gato clutch for the pin. Really, really good. Probably could have gotten to 4 stars for me if they had a little more time, but I still went 3 3/4. Really enjoyed it.
Yeah, Walker pointed this out on commentary too, but part of the fun of this match is that they both specialize in doing like a La Mystica variant into like the bone lock or the face lock. So it's cool to see them play off of that.
Then we had A Block, Teton defeating Valiente Jr. in 7:44. Good to see Valiente back out there after the scary injury against Taguchi a few days earlier at Yoyogi. Why? So Valiente was also dressed as Shinken Red from Shinkanger, which I was like, okay. Guess he's a big fan of that Super Sentai. I mean,
that's what that was. I was like, I wonder if I recognize this. I feel like I do, but I couldn't.
Yeah, Shinken Red.
Yep.
So that one of the last great Super Sentais for a lot of them got really stupid. So, but yeah, it would have been funnier if it was somehow a complete coincidence. But I think somebody told me he was a big fan. So. But yeah, Teton tapped out Valiente. I don't know if Valiente was limited by his knee injury, maybe, but I thought they were going to go out there and have like a banger in front of the Korakuen crowd, and it just didn't happen.
Yeah.
The finish obviously made sense though, and it was still pretty good, but just wasn't what I was expecting, despite a few cool little spots here or there. So 3 1/4.
Yeah. Valiente in general, I found, has been a little underwhelming.
Yeah. They hyped the CMLL. We'll talk. I had this in my notes repeatedly during his matches. Like the CMLL people I know, who watchers really hyped him up and said he was like, one of the best young wrestlers in CMLL. You're gonna love him. I don't know if he's been limited by this knee injury, or he's nervous, or he's not performing super well. But yeah, he just like he has not been anything special. He hasn't been bad or anything.
No,
but he definitely has not blown me away.
No, yeah,
the way the CMLL people hyped him up, I was expecting a lot more.
I wonder if he's just working to his booking because he's not winning a lot either. And the knee injury too, so...
That's what, yeah, that's what I was just saying. So, maybe the knee injury slowed him down. Because it did happen almost immediately, so...
Yep.
Then we had El Desperado defeating Hyo in 12-16 with a numero dos in the B block. So, Despy went full heel mode on Hyo, went after his leg, and smashed it with 2 chairs out on the floor. Hyo, though, hit this nice little slingshot stunner, easy for me to say, after Despy had just sent him out to the apron when he charged in the corner, followed by a beautiful Tope Con Hilo. Problem is that none of that really made any sense after the legwork they just did. Like, Hyo did not change his execution of these moves one iota, which kind of made it even dumber when he banged on the leg a little bit after. So, I do have to point that out. He would do much better selling later in this tour on these shows we're going to talk about, which that was... ended up being a really good match. We'll get to that much later, actually. Hyo got Despy with the Samson driver just for the 10-minute call after Despy had taken back control of the match, but he was just barely able to kick out. Hyo followed up with a very nice bridging backdrop for 2. He went for the hunting, but Despy simply caught him as he landed right into... The hunting's that springboard cutter, if people don't know. So Despy caught him right into an equally nice spinning Uranage, and then he got the numero dos on, and Hyo had no choice but to submit. So I thought it was good. I went 3.5. I couldn't go any higher because of Hyo's highly inconsistent leg selling, but just need to modify the execution on his high spots again, just given how big a part of a match the leg work was. But still a lot of fun though. So 3.5 star match.
Yeah, and this has felt like about average for Hyo, which has somehow worked out to being better than anything I remember watching of him from Dragon Gate. I feel like he's just been... Maybe it's partly because his dance partners here are a step above what's available to him in Dragon Gate.
For singles matches, for sure.
Yeah. I also think there's an element, though, of they keep pairing him up with people who will work heel against him, and that just naturally works so well for him.
Yeah. Then we had A block, Master Wato beating Francesco Akira in 11:09. With the Su Tenkaku German. Wato got attacked from behind by Akira during his entrance like a complete idiot, while the announcers tried to excuse by saying he's thinking too much about his match with Vegeta in a few days in Osaka. But he just kind of had this goofy little smile on his face. He might as well have been one Akira. Cause he kind of look like an airhead in general, I guess. But the way
it's the lazy eye in particular.
Yeah.
I think just does him no favors.
Well, it looks like like he had fucking Homer Simpson circus music playing during this. When he's like,
that's just what goes on all the time in his head. I'm sorry, I'm being mean. He had a hell of a match here, so I keep going.
And then Akira attacks him from behind. But yeah, for me at least, it sounds like you like this more than I did. I thought there was another match on the show that was good, but didn't quite get to that next level for me. I did like the out of nowhere nature of the finish with Wato just dropping down behind Akira when he was in like full cocky mode too, with this huge like shit eating grin on his face and hitting his big German for the win. But yeah, 3.5 for me, just never quite got to the next level.
This was the match where I started to think maybe Master Wato is the main character of Best in Super Junior again, which has happened before a couple years ago when he won. But I don't think that was in retrospect because he won the final. That was, he had a great run of matches that made me want to see him win the whole thing. I am feeling that same excitement again. Like, even though I agree that his aura, for lack of a better term, is do the music again.
Da, 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 da.
Yeah, it's exactly that. He paired up against someone like Akira, or especially later on Fujita, just brings out a great fight from him. And God, things like the Sutokun German or the Risamentiente are such impressive moves. It just looks so fucking violent that I end up not really caring that he looks like this sound. Damn it, I set you up and everything.
I'm sorry.
We'll have to edit that out.
I'm not editing shit, buddy. I'm gonna get this show out. I'm very tired.
That's the joke.
Yeah, it is a joke, I guess. The next match, B block. Look, a lot of Simpsons reference. First, Homer Simpson circus music, and then that's the joke. Wow. Yo beat Sho in 13:22 via DQ. Apparently, Sho and Yo had some kind of pre-show dust-up that Charlton recapped for us during Sho's entrance. Yo kept going for the evil early on, with the crowd going crazy for that. Even almost hit Amartya Asami for some reason when Sho threw him into him. That was funny. Then Sho ate a bunch of berries to pretend he was bleeding from the mouth, so Marty could be briefly distracted so Sho could hit him with the timekeeper's hammer. Sho could hit Yo with it, I mean? Okay. Sho just slowly worked over Yo's arm in an uninteresting and quite boring fashion. Even the live crowd didn't seem to give a shit, which surprised me a little because they're usually really into this pairing, especially a Korakuen. But yeah, Sho got his hands on the evil wrench. And then Yo low blowed him when Marty Asami's back was briefly turned. And then Yo did the Eddie fake DQ gimmick, and it actually worked, which does make sense given that everyone should be beyond fed up with Sho in the House's bullshit at this point. But match still sucked. I guess there wasn't a ton wrong with it per se, but it was so brutally boring. I went 2 stars. I did not like this at all.
Yeah, I didn't love it either. Best part of the match, though, was after the match with how indignant Sho was that Yo cheated to win. He was
Yo got carted out in a stretcher.
Yeah,
leisurely lied across and opening laughed at Sho. That was really funny. Better than anything in the actual match.
Yeah. I feel like this rivalry should produce much better matches than it does.
Yeah.
It's so weird how underwhelming it is sometimes.
Yeah. But then we had the main event, the A block. It was Robbie X beating Kosei Fujita in 16:57 with the X Express. After a lot of matches that felt oddly subdued for Best of Super Junior Show at a Korakuen on the show, and especially after suffering through that last match, Robbie just going balls to the wall from the very start was very much appreciated.
Mm-hmm.
He got all flippy and divey right off the jump, again, which this show very much needed. Fujita went after Robbie's knee, which he did so well. At one point, hopping up and down after landing on his feet, escaping the throw ride. Unlike Hyo earlier, Robbie kept up with it. He was constantly hobbling around a little, even had a harder time lifting Fujita on his shoulders and standing up with him because of the knee. He went for the X Express, but Fujita was able to get his knees up. And at that point, Fujita hit this awesome wheelbarrow suplex counter of Robbie, trying some kind of handstand cutter or something off the ropes. Absolutely murdered him with a lariat, which he no-sold. He then no-sold and ran back in for. And, I might have wrote this down wrong. Robbie took an awesome flip bump for the lariat. That's what I meant here, I guess. The Fujita murdered him with the lariat. Okay, I wrote this down weirdly.
This is a busy match, by the way. So
yeah. Robbie kicked out at 1. Fujita ducked a light attempt from Robbie, then hit another German, this time with a bridge for a 2 count, electric sequence. Robbie tried to go up top the X Express again, but was too slow. Fujita caught him up there. He went for the thrill ride off of that, but X turned into a sunset flip powerbomb off of there. Fujita kicked out at 1, so Robbie calmly hit the X marks the spot handspring cutter. That got a 2 count, followed by the X Express for the win. Crowd was super into this all the way. And though it definitely got a little tropey at times, with all the 1 count kick out stuff, I still thought it rolled. Definitely the best thing on this show. So yeah, 4 stars flat.
Yeah.
Really good match.
This also felt like Robbie seizing his chance to do an epic and Korakuen Hall event, which he's just not going to get many opportunities to do, and he stepped up and delivered, I'd say. Fujita is also an incredible dance partner for Robbie X, and I'm glad that even though Fujita is clearly not just the future or even the immediate future, he is the present of the junior division right now, as he would show constantly over this tournament, including a future match that we'll discuss in a minute. Having Robbie beat him here and just continue to establish him as a rival is kind of exciting, because I think they just do good shit together. So now Fujita is 0-2, and Robbie is a natural challenger the moment that Fujita has the belt.
There you go. So yeah, overall I thought this was a little sleepy for a Korakuen, but it did end really well. So that's good. Night 5, which is our first single block night from Osaka. It did a crowd of 1192. Last year, this was in Osaka Municipal Center Gymnasium Sub-Arena, apparently also called Asue Arena Osaka. Where the fuck? Let's see where this is. I think this is a brand new venue again. So I want to see if I can see where this is compared to downtown. Asue Arena Osaka. Okay, so it's out. Oh, maybe they did run this before, because I feel like I saw this location. It's like kind of out on the outskirts, like towards this big aquarium, not that far from Universal.
I mean, it's the only event Cage Match has for this arena.
I don't know. Sometimes with these Osaka arenas, they like these Japanese arenas, like if somebody just enters the name differently or something, like somebody include the sub arena part and someone called it Center 2. But I could have sworn I've seen this location before. I could be wrong though. Just what I remember. But yeah, a little far from downtown. So 1192. Last year when they were in Osaka, they did 967 and Ideon 2 with Yo versus Despy on top. But I think 967 is basically capacity in Ideon 2. So I think it's, that was basically a sellout. And Ideon 2, of course, is Ideon 1 and 2 are both closed down right now for renovations. They'll be reopened next year. Which I'm sure all the promotions can't wait for, because they want to be running Ideon, not these other buildings. So for these single block shows, I'm not even going to do the tag results, because I just don't think they're very important, honestly. I didn't watch them. I assume you didn't watch them either. So.
Oh, one of the greatest matches of all time was in the undercard, so I'll talk about that for 30 minutes here in a second.
I doubt
it. Not even a little bit, huh? Just completely no-sold it. Okay, fine.
No. Match, the first block match of the night. All these matches were A block, by the way. So the first match of the night was Nick Wayne defeating Daiki Nagai in 524 at the Wayne's World. Daiki drop kicked Wayne before he could even get his ring coat off. Then he dove out there after him. Eventually, someone should be ready for that, because he keeps doing it almost every match. So nobody seems to be ready for Daiki's sneak attacks. Like, somebody needs to do some scouting. Some good action here, particularly following I particularly like the Snapdragon suplex Wayne hit on Daiki at one point. I do wish he had followed that up with something besides very slowly posing to the crowd for what felt like eons to set up his Wayne's World attempt that missed anyway. But thankfully they go back to trading moves after that, but that felt very Ameriresu. Like, okay, we got the very, very, very long, posing to set up, the nothing, basically. So, that just didn't work for me. Wayne countered the headbutt with a cutter. That could have looked better. Kind of looked like Daiki just slammed his own head into the mat while Wayne weakly touched it on the way down. And he followed with the actual Wayne's World after that. Fine little opener. It had its warts, though. So, I don't know, 3 stars. It was fine.
Yeah, Yeah, very little to say about this one. I am increasingly invested, though, in watching Daiki get his first win. I get the sense increasingly, though, that that's just not going to happen this tournament.
Probably not. I do like I just am not enjoying Nick Wayne as much as I did last year. I don't really get it even.
Huh.
Like he just hasn't been as good for me. I don't know. Maybe another year in America has made him worse in Major League America.
I think I'm enjoying him more this year. But I don't know. My problem with Nick Wayne is because he has only shown up for Best of the Super Junior, it feels to me like he's not really invested in New Japan or being its champion, right? So, like, why should I care how well you do in the tournament that is about determining who is the best in the junior division if you don't even bother to challenge for the belt or, like, never show up in any other shows, even in America?
Yeah, well,
like,
I guess. But I mean, they do that.
It feels like AEW just uses the Best of the Super Junior as a chance to get more training for some of their wrestlers, and that drives me slightly mad.
Yeah, I mean, well,
they should be doing that themselves.
I think Nick Wayne is here in particular again because he really enjoyed it last year. But
no, I believe that. I've heard like he really enjoys it, and he is good. It's just I'm not invested. He doesn't seem invested long term.
I get it.
So that's what keeps me from enjoying it. It's not the work in the ring.
Yeah, I just think his ring work is a little less interesting this year for whatever reason. Just doing way too much, like I said, that like long, like I'm gonna slowly pose and then set up my move. Like,
yeah,
it's not really the style in New Japan. So, I mean, there's I'm trying to think who does the most posing on the actual roster.
I think there's a pretty clear answer here now that Okada's gone.
Ooh, okay, who is it?
Takagi.
Yeah, that's a good one. But Takagi's just fun.
He builds like the whole beginning of the match around it, kind of.
Yeah, stuck. But look, he kind of, even then though, it feels way quicker than some of these poses Wayne's been doing. I don't know. Teton beat Ryusuke Taguchi in 7:31 with the Lave Immortale. He had a nice dive to the floor early. He celebrated with a fan's Mexican flag at ringside. Japanese fans really seem to get their hands on a lot of Mexican flags. I don't know where they get these Mexican
God bless
flags
them.
from.
And they never do it for Americans either. It's always for the luchadors who love it.
He's good because American flag is ugly as shit anyway. Teton is just kind of flipping and flying all over the place while Taguchi was not doing that. He just kept going back to his ankle lock. He got a big running hip attack after he got out of it and then went straight back to it when he kicked out. He then tried to transition to the Dodon out of the ankle lock the way he does sometimes, but Teton turned it into a roll-up for a near fall. Then he hit this huge running clothesline in the corner, followed by the double stomp off the top, but Taguchi was able to kick out. Teton then immediately got the Lave Immortale submission on, and Taguchi had to submit. Pretty fun. 3 1/4. Definitely fast-paced while it lasted. So enjoyed it.
Yep. Pretty solid. Gooch has been, I think, an underrated key part of keeping the undercard entertaining. God bless him. I'm going to be sad when he retires because even though he doesn't win a lot, he keeps things just enough variety that I never mind watching one of his matches.
Then we had Francesco Akira beating Valiente Jr. in 9:42 at the Crown Fall. Akira was able to sucker Valiente in early by avoiding a dive, and then when he slid out to the floor instead, he immediately hit him with a hard snap suplex out there, and then he choked him with the Mexican flag. That was just rude. He went after his mask back in the ring, which the crowd did not like. Then he kept doing it back on the floor as well. Valiente did this sort of Rana where he did a handstand on the outside of the ring, which looks kind of cool, I guess, but was also executed very slowly. Not sure if that's still the knee bothering him or what, but yeah, just very slow execution on that move. He also paid him back with his own suplex on the floor. And when they got back in the ring, I just thought their wrestling could have looked a little smoother, especially some of the counters looked a tad clunky to me. Akira, though, went after his mask again to stop him from hitting something or other, which again I just thought looked kind of awkward. And then he hit some wacky flip driver thing, which I guess is the Crown Fall. And that got the pin. Yeah, I thought this kind of ran out of gas for me by the end. And, it was fine. There's not much more than that. So I went 3 stars on it.
Yep. Akira has some extra desperation now that he only has 2 points and we're 5 nights in, which I think is appropriate, and that has also made him an even nastier asshole, if such a thing was possible. I'm really enjoying watching him go through his villain arc.
Jun Kasai defeated Robbie X in 1206 with the reverse Tiger Driver. He threw a chair in his face almost immediately. I do find it kind of charming how the refs are just like, he's Jun Kasai, he can do that to some degree.
Yes.
It's kind of fun.
It is understood that there will be deathmatch elements, and the refs just have to accept that.
I mean, I did see some people bitching about it on Twitter, but I don't know, it doesn't really bother me.
It's also, it has been kept very light. If this is extreme for you, you never want to see an actual Jun Kasai deathmatch.
Yeah. There were some Japanese fans complaining about it too, to be clear. So apparently, I did see this one guy I followed did say the only thing that really bothered him was the syringe, which I can see why that would bother somebody who's not a deathmatch person. But because they did not in this match, but like on last week's batch of shows.
But that was the funniest one because he just used it on himself.
That is true. That is true. Robbie grabbed his tongue at one point when he was sticking it out and then like slapped down. I thought that was really fun. That was great.
Mm-hmm.
And then the ref did get bumped. So Kasai was able to take his fork out, and Kasai stabbed him a couple of times and hit an angel's wings, but there was no ref. Kasai then pulled a ladder out from under the ring. The crowd was loudly chanting for him at this point. Robbie, though, fought him off, but there was just kind of a funny moment where he started climbing the ropes, but then got a look on his face and was like, wait a sec, there's a ladder here. That was funny. He climbed up and tried the X Express from off of there, but Kasai moved and hit this big lariat. Kasai got his goggles and went up the ladder. Robbie climbed up to try and stop him, but got shoved all the way to the mat hard. Kasai then hit the Pearl Harbor Splash all the way up the top of the ladder and covered him. But this was so fucking stupid, almost ruined the entire match for me. Marty Asami counts 1, he counts 2, and then he stops and says, wait, you used that ladder. And he won't count. I'm like, buddy,
that's what
for
that
Marty
was.
For Marty Asami of all people to do that, this motherfucker will count any pinfall for the House of Torture. The House of Torture can have powder residue. They could have multiple weapons. They could have a fucking whole army in the goddamn ring. They could probably fucking have like sparkles in the ring from the end of a magic spell or something. And he'd say like, okay, 1, 2, 3, nothing I can do. But a ladder? A fucking ladder was too far for you, Marty Asami, to count your fucking pin? Like, this made no fucking sense. This was infuriating.
Yeah.
Kasai, though, calmly just hits the 10,000, does the 10,000 long run back and forth lead up for a lariat. He didn't give a shit that they wouldn't count me. He's like, all right, I'll just keep going. Robbie, though, kicked out at 1 for that. So Kasai gives him the kiss of death and hits the reverse Tiger Driver, and that gets the pin. I enjoyed it, even though it was very stupid at the end of the day. I just really wish it ended with a splash off the ladder instead of Marty's stupidity, but whatever. 3.5 stars still. It was good.
I was so confused about why the ref stopped counting. And
well, he pointed at it. He's like, oh, ladder! I'm like, what the fuck, Marty?
Oh, okay. That's what that was. Otherwise, gosh, I'm really enjoying Jun Kasai in this. Like, I think everyone knows, in addition to being one of the greatest deathmatch wrestlers ever, Jun Kasai is also in his own right, outside of that, a legit great wrestler. And he's just showing it here. He's been terrific. I really, really enjoy having him here. I feel like this is the only chance, too, that we'll get to see him in something like Best of the Super Junior. I can't see him doing this too much longer, you know?
Yeah, totally.
God, he looks so good for someone in his 50s, too. It's crazy.
Then we had Master Wato defeating Kosei Fujita in 1430 with the Su Tenkaku German suplex hold. These two, of course, fucking hate each other, and Wato just charges him right into the corner and just starts stomping and elbowing him right away. Way more fire than I pretty much ever see from Wato.
Mm-hmm.
Red Shoes pulls him off, though, which lets Fujita jump him back, and they just stand there and start slapping each other in the face. And it's like, hell fucking yes, this is how you start a wrestling match.
The circus music finally stopped!
They spilled out to the floor, where Wato angrily threw him into chairs, again showing way more fire than he normally does. Fujita hit this awesome springboard dropkick to a seated Wato in a chair at ringside when he ran and leaped off of one of the tables. That was awesome. Wato threw some very hard kicks to a kneeling Fujita a little bit after they got back in the ring. Again, I hate to keep harping on this, but I wish to God Wado would show some of this fire in some more non-Fujita matches too, especially of late. Anyway, the hometown Osaka crowd was chanting for Wato as Fujita got him in his own arm stretch thing, but Wato was able to make the ropes a break. Wato went for his German suplex, but Fujita actually countered with Wato's own move, the what the hell's that thing called? The Risayate Mente or something? I don't know.
Risayate. Blah! Now I'm fucking it up. I said it just 10 minutes ago.
Risayate Mente, whatever. I don't know Spanish, everybody. I barely know Japanese. I barely know English. Wato escapes he hits the move on it, and there's a half driver thing or whatever. It looks great, though. It got a 2 count. Wato escaped the throw ride, hit this enormous standing lariat. Holy shit. Just fucking killed him with it. Really almost took his head off. He then used the same Risayate Mente thing on Fujita. Fujita kicked out, and then Wato hits the big delayed German, and that is the pin. Awesome stuff. Wato pretty much had to win this after all the shit talk Fujita did about him. And more importantly, he had to look great here, and he really did.
Yes.
So,
looked like easily the champion here. Most importantly. That this is the Master Wato we need if Master Wato is going to hold the IWGP Junior Heavyweight Championship.
Just a really, really awesome match. Easily the match of the tournament so far. 4.25 stars.
Yeah. Yeah, I enjoyed the hell out of it. But again, also, props to Fujita, too, who was half the reason why Master Wato felt like he had to really step it up here. He was a terrific dance partner for Wato's Shine. So, great stuff. Loved it.
Overall, the main event really made this show. Everything else was fine to good, too, though. So, still a good little night here.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to our third of 4 for this episode, which is Saturday, May 23rd in the Arcule Himeji, which is in Hyogo Prefecture. So it's mostly an entirely B block show where we had one makeup match from the A block from when they didn't have a couple of these matches on the combined block shows. So that's where we started with the makeup match. The show did 11:53, up very, very slightly from last year's show in this building, which did 11:36, which was Desperado versus Taguchi main. So just barely up, 17 fans. The A block match here was Valiente Jr. defeating Jun Kasai in 7:01 with the Sky Special. Jun Kasai built this chair pyramid and then rolled Valiente on a little pulley cart into it.
Extremely TJPW.
I like Kasai, but I thought that was kind of stupid. Can everybody stop at these? Can everybody stop at these chair pyramids? They take so long to build, and they never do any. No one ever does anything interesting enough with them to make up for how stupid they are. So, just.
I like them because they're stupid and whimsical, which is why I also associate them with TJPW.
I mean, they would be better in TJPW than in Best of Super Junior.
Yeah, they're great in TJPW. They're great.
Back in the ring, Kasai started ripping out his mask. He really got a lot of it ripped open, actually. That was interesting. The crowd didn't really boo him for this, which he might be the first wrestler to not get booed for going through somebody's mask. Kasai, he then got the skewers, but the ref grabs his arm to stop him, and then Kasai keeps telling Valiente to stay out of it, which I thought was funny.
Yeah,
it was a total comedy
really
match.
bit.
Valiente ducked the skewers, and they go into Kasai's head instead as usual. Now, here's where I wrote, you would think at some point he would learn to stop doing this, given that they always go into his own head. But, as it turned out, on the very next night, they were finally going to somebody else's head, which we'll get to. Valiente immediately went for a bunch of flash pins and got it with probably the least impressive looking one, which was that grounded crucifix, the Sky Special. Yeah, that was short and not very good. So they did some stuff and then it ended. It was kind of funny, but just not funny enough to make up for what a nothing match it was. So 2.25, below average.
I like to think that when Jun Kasai sits down with whoever he's going to face tonight, and he says, okay, all right, here's my bag of tricks. I got some skewers here. Are you comfortable with skewers? No? Oh, that's okay. Are you comfortable taking a suplex on a chair? No, not really. Oh, well, that's okay. I've also got a ladder. I've got a table. I've got forks. And it just goes on and on and on. And they finally, compromise on what they're willing to do. And if the answer is absolutely nothing, Jun Kasai just goes, okay, well, I'll just stick them on myself. It's fine. But there's gotta be blood somewhere.
Indeed. Okay, so from here on out, everything is B block. So it starts out with Hyo beating Kushida in 11-13 with the hunting. I seem to love this match more than everyone else on Earth from the other ratings I saw and like cage match and everything. So Hyo had the injured Benkei with him as a second, which is cool. They were close to Kobe here, so that makes sense. You know, Benkei would live in Kobe. Thankfully, there was no taking shoes or socks off here to start because Kushida had been doing all this sock bullshit. People didn't hear last week's episode, even doing like fucking Mr. Sacco spots. He just went into some nice little mat wrestling. Hyo very notably does not give Kushida a clean break, apparently because Kushida attacked his beloved stuffed leopard. I think it's called, was it Myeonmyeon?
Yeah, that sounds right.
But yeah, the night before they were teaming up together. So he had a very hard chop that just echoed around the building. I like that Kushida just answered with a very tight grounded headlock though. You don't really see that very often. He's like, you know what? I'm going to headlock you in response to that. That was cool. He really did headlock the shit out of him. Mm-hmm. Like really reared back on it. They ended up on the floor where Kushida hit a running wrist breaker, like a divorce court that just looked nasty. Like he slammed the wrist down onto the floor. Hyo came back with a nice springboard cutter. Very smooth execution after Kushida just like elevated him, charging into the corner out onto the apron. And just immediately like slingshot himself back into the ring to hit the cutter. Very, very cool. And he did impressively sell his wrist afterwards too. Kushida responded by stealing poor Myeonmyeon. Hyo got it back, put it in his mouth, but then got drop kicked out of his mouth and got hung up literally by his little collar along the ropes. That was amazing how it landed. Mm-hmm. And also the New Japan cameraman did an amazing job like shooting the match for a while with the fucking leopard hanging off the ropes in the shot. That was amazing. Because they could not have planned for that. So like they really just amazing thinking on their feet by the cameraman. The ref finally gets it down. Oh, there's this great shot too where Hyo was like suffering at a cross arm breaker at the hands of Kushida and like reaching towards Myeonmyeon, which I thought was great.
Yeah.
The ref finally did get it down after that. And Walker Stewart on the English commentary had a funny line where he was like, you know, the ref finally did his damn job because you have to think about the safety of the seconds too. That was funny.
Yes.
Kushida got the hoverboard lock on, but Hyo was able to lock his own hands together to block it and then schoolboy him for two. Very cool looking counter. He went for La Magistral. Kushida reversed it and tried his own. Hyo got a cut back for 2 count, and then Kushida cut back again for a 2 count. Great little flash pin sequence. Kushida got an ankle lock, which I'm like, okay, that's an interesting choice, giving all the wrist work. And he briefly turns into a heel hook, but then, like, as soon as he has the opportunity, he takes that advantage of the position from the ankle lock to hit this big running kick right to Hyo's wrist, so keeping it on the wrist. I thought that was such a great unique spot. So Hyo, a little bit after that, starts doing that thing where he starts circling around on all fours like a leopard, but like he picks up his wrist that had been worked over and puts it behind his body and like to sell it, which is like, okay, that was really, really great touch by him, which we mentioned earlier in the other match where he wasn't selling the leg well at all. He was selling the wrist so well in this match. So yeah, this I thought absolutely ruled. And then he hit this big leaping DDT, then the hunting, and that got the pin. Huge bounce back match for Kushida after his tournament had been sucky throughout. And, you know, really standout performance from Hyo with great selling. Just an awesome old school wrestling match with great psychology. So 4 stars. I was way higher than everybody else in this match, but I really, really enjoyed it. So.
Yeah, I enjoyed this match too. This was kind of the match that solidified to me that Hyo's really having a great tournament. I have an important question about Hyo for you, though. And as a Dragon Gate expert, I'm hoping you'll be able to answer it.
Okay.
Is Hyo the first furry in wrestling?
I don't think so. He doesn't really he doesn't come out in like a fursuit or anything. So why would he be? I don't know.
Well, not in a fursuit, but he does say he is a leopard, which is different than say having a Tiger Mask gimmick, right? Tiger Mask never said he's a tiger.
I guess.
Starlight Kid never.
I would need to see more furry behavior and outfits before I'm willing to call him.
I think running around on all fours is furry behavior.
Oh, you're right. Actually, all right. Maybe you're convincing me.
And also, like carrying your little kid in your mouth. That's furry behavior, I think.
You know what? I think you got me. I think he is a furry. Now my Iwatani wears a fucking dog tail, and she seems to think she's a dog.
Two tails, though. I don't think she thinks she's a dog, though. I don't think she's part of the gimmick.
She's very into dogs, I guess.
She is very into her dog, yes.
Yeah.
All right, so court has decided. Hyo is a furry, and Sayori now is an incel. Bang the gavel.
Sayori Ano, I don't know if she's actually. Well,
she's not, but it's fun. It's so easy to make the case, though.
Would it shock me? No, not really. She does. I mean, I even added to it because I'm like, when you guys were making that case in the chat, I was like, well, she does love to gamble too.
Oh, you're right. I forgot. That's a good point too.
Yeah,
that is also incel behavior.
What was the rest of it? She drives a Tesla.
Drives a Tesla.
Yeah.
Still on Twitter. Her best friend is married, and she's been single this whole time.
That describes almost everyone in the roster. But.
Well, yeah, but that's Japan in general. They still love Twitter. They never migrated off of it. Also, dresses up like she's in the military for her entrance outfit.
Yeah, and she has vaguely autistic vibes.
She does. I think you and I are allowed to say that.
Oh, you think I'm autistic? Really?
I'm allowed to.
I never got that vibe out of myself, but maybe. I don't know. I don't know if I got that vibe out of you either.
Well, that's nice.
Apparently nicer than you are to me. Maybe because I really know some like actually autistic people.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think either of us really qualify, but at best maybe we're on the spectrum or something. But like, look at Dave Meltzer.
What about Dave Meltzer?
He's very autistic.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
But like, I have a friend too. I'm not going to say anybody's name, but he's also very, very autistic. I don't know. Nothing against autistic people. They just have a different way of looking at the world. I think you or I do, honestly. But anyway, the next match was Jacob Austin Young defeating Daisuke Sasaki in 6:58 with the Bites the Dust. Sasaki raking Jay's eyes and immediately being like, well, he just pulled my tights trying for the pin. So the referee admonished him. That was funny. But yeah, Zayn Jay kept getting involved, first pulling Sasaki out of the ring, and then saving him Sasaki doing his diving elbow. And then they did one of the dumbest spots we've ever seen, where Sasaki throws a chair into Zayn Jay's arms while the ref is literally looking back at Daisuke Sasaki and can see that he threw the fucking chair. Yeah. And that distracted him anyway. So Sasaki, while he admonished Zayn Jay for having this chair fall into his arms, so Sasaki can hit Jay with another chair. Now, even if he didn't clearly see Sasaki throw the chair from behind him, which was a botch, I guess, the spot would still be stupid. Because if you're staring at Zayn Jay, you saw a chair fall from the heavens into his arms. Like, what do you think happened? Like, the fucking space-time continuum broke open and a chair came out of it? Like, what the fuck? So that's also already stupid. And as Walker himself pointed out, hey, Zayn Jay just dropped the fucking chair. Why do you keep arguing with the ref while holding on to the chair? Just drop it. So very, 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 very stupid spot. Funny bad for sure, but still bad. We have more Zayn interference where we got the phantom tap from Jay. The ref missed it. And Sasaki took advantage of the distraction to go for a chair again. But Jay drop kicked his leg out from under him, as in Jacob Austin Young, not Zayn Jay. So his face slammed into the chair. That did look cool at least, and then hit his finish on it with a pin. The actual wrestling was okay, but the interference shit in this match was mostly incredibly stupid. So I went 2 stars. That was pretty
bad. I don't have anything to say about the match itself, but I did want to say that we were talking about how good Sasuke has been during the tournament. I think part of it also is while there's a lot of cheaters and scumbags in New Japan and in the tournament, Sasaki,
especially in B block, all one block for some fucking reason.
That's the block for it. They set that up on. The thing about Sasaki though is he kind of also has this real hangdog energy to him that even though he's a cheating scumbag, he's somehow charming while he does it, and it's just difficult for anybody else to have that particular flavor of scumbag. So I don't know. It brings a little extra something to both his matches in general, obviously in DDT, but also it's a unique aura in Best of the Super Juniors, and I really enjoy having it.
Then we had Taiji Ishimori defeating Yoshinobu Kanemaru in 338 with the Gedo clutch. So Kanemaru just kicks Ishimori right in the gut as he did his little gunshot pose, which is funny. Now, if you're going to sneak attack somebody, at least wait for them to fire off the little finger gun first. It's only polite. So good on Uncle Nobu there. We got another ref bump and more bullshit here. I would like maybe one New Japan ref to stand up and officiate a match without being distracted or beaten up at this point. And the next match, I was guessing, would not end that streak. Ishimori beat Kanemaru by hitting him with a knee to the face to make him spit out his whiskey and then low blowing him and pinning him with the Gedo clutch. Quick and below average. I just may have been getting grumpy about the amount of bullshit on this show, but yeah, 2.25.
I mean, it was a fine match for what it was, in my opinion. I think what disappointed me the most about this is Taiji Ishimori finally beat Kanemaru in front of a crowd. Like, it wasn't the first time he had beaten Kanemaru.
Yeah.
But the last time he did it was in COVID. And this is a guy who has, his record against Kanemaru is now like 2-11?
2-15 or 2-12, yeah, something like that.
Ridiculous how often he has lost to it. This should have felt like a bigger deal. And it's a shame that it's 3 minutes and third from the top. What the
heck? Then we had El Desperado beating Sho in 1021 with the numero dos. So Dick Togo attacked Despy from behind during his entrance. Then they beat him up with chairs afterward too. Whatever at this point, who really gives a shit? Sho worked on his arm for a while back in the ring. Not terribly interesting stuff, but it did pick up. Despy went after his leg in return, and I have to give Sho credit. He did sell it pretty well. He absolutely murdered Despy with a chair shot to the head later when Despy was bouncing off the ropes to try for a tope. And as he flew through the ropes, he kills him with his chair shot. That's a pretty sick cheating spot, at least. The seat of the chair went flying, hit him with it so hard. Togo was distracting the ref, so that's why he was able to do it. Togo did one of the better bell ringing spots in a while, like the fake house bell ringer. It was a little better time these things usually are.
Everyone, including Walker.
Yeah.
So it worked so well.
But he did it right when Despy had shown the full numero dos after reversing him into it, so it was timed really, really well. Sho used the distraction to low blow Despy and went for the wrench. Despy ducked it and fought both him and Togo off himself. He went for the pinche loco, but Sho got a pretty nice counter into an inside cradle. And then a great transition directly into the cross armbreaker when Despy kicked out. Despy, though, punched Sho's leg. He had been working over to get out of it, and then went back to reversed back to the numero dos again, and this time Sho submitted for real. Interference stuff annoyed me much less in this match. I thought it was fairly well executed, first of all, and I'm just kind of a sucker for the double limb work stuff they were doing here. Excellent psychology here, and Sho actually got to wrestle a bit for a change, so I like this match. I went 3.5.
Yeah, even the cheating, not only was it well executed, there was a much better variety to it, right? I think part of the reason that I find Sho annoying, especially in these kinds of tournaments, is he'll try to do the same thing over and over again. This time, he just pulls out the full bag of tricks to try to defeat Despy, and it ultimately doesn't work, but it is kind of convincing that it could work. On top of that, it also made it super fucking satisfying to see Despy hit Sho with a straight right hook. That was such a great moment. So, yeah, good. Overall, good American-style wrestling.
Then we had nothing. The main event of this show, sorry. Robbie Eagles beat Yo in 1837 with the Hyperion. Yo decided to answer back the Robbie chants with Yano Toru while standing behind Yano in Japanese commentary. Very random, very funny.
Mm-hmm.
I laughed.
Good bit.
Robbie also had a look on his face like, what are you doing that for? What is going on? I thought this was pretty boring early, though, besides that wacky bit of comedy. Just not much going on, though, besides Eagle working on his leg. And unlike Sho's selling, I didn't think Yo's was anything special at all. In fact, he almost weirdly seemed to be underselling it on purpose or something, which I wouldn't put past this guy in a some kind of weird performance art, like he does weird things. But things did pick up a lot once they started doing some really good fast-paced exchanges that led into the 10-minute call. And from that point on, I actually really liked it. They went for long enough afterwards. I was mostly able to put the boring start behind me. Eagles hit the 450 to the leg. Yo kicked him away into the corner when he tried for the Ron Miller special. He kept reversing it into cradles as well for close near falls. Eagles blocked a Yo front suplex attempt by reversing it into a drop, like straight down onto his knees. Thought that was a very cool counter. Yo, though, came back with this awesome short-range lariat, just totally wiped him out. And again, didn't get like his big running start either, so it still worked with the leg work. Yo went for the direct drive, but Eagles blocked it, hit a DDT, followed by the Hyperion running knee to the face, and that got the pin. I thought it was really good by the end. I went 3 3/4. Really enjoyed it.
Yep. I also remember looking at my full phone more than I'd like to admit during the first half of this. But yeah, it gets a lot better in the second half. Very good by the end. And I think in terms of... I don't think this was technically a must-win for Robbie Eagles to stay alive, but it felt like a win he really, really needed to even have a chance.
Yeah.
I'm not feeling great about his chances, though. It feels like they have solidly moved him into maybe slightly above the Kushida slot of veteran hand who is here to enhance the other talent. But Robbie Eagles is still so good. There's a part of me that still wants to see him get another run with the top belt.
Yeah, for this show overall, for a block that's been significantly worse than A so far, I didn't think their first mostly solo block show was that bad. But there was definitely some stuff on this show I did not like as we went over. But enough good stuff too. It was a decent little show. Then the last one we're going to talk about here was from yesterday, the 24th, from Kyoto KBS Hall. They did not run this building last year, so no direct for Best Super Junior. I mean, so no direct comparison. But it did a crowd of 767. I don't think is that different from capacity. I think that's around capacity actually. All the matches in this show were A block, so it opened up with Francesco. Well, the block matches anyway opened up with Francesco Akira beating Daiki Nagai in 13-15 with the Fireball. I thought this was a really good opener, possibly Daiki's best performance in the tournament so far. Probably helps that he actually got some time for a change, but he got to hang in there with Akira. Looked good. Daiki just like spitting up in his face and then slapping him when Akira was taunting him at one point was great. And then Akira just like rammed his head into the mat repeatedly and then put him away at the Fireball knees. With all the dudes at B doing their wacky cheating bullshit, it's nice to see a fucking heel who's just an asshole and wins clean. Like, that's a nice change of pace. So very strong opener, 3 3/4.
Well, Zane J did interfere, though.
Oh, yeah. Well, no, I don't think it had anything to do with the finish, though.
Not directly with the finish, but Zane J is also getting involved in Akira's matches, too.
That is true. That is true.
But yeah, this was great. And again, Akira's asshole arc is just great to watch. This is part of why I love a good tournament. Sometimes wrestlers just develop and naturally tell a story in ways that you don't really get in any other medium.
Indeed. The next match was Master Wato defeating Valiente Jr. in 7-17 with the Su Tenkaku German. I thought this was perfectly fine. Again, I'm just not very impressed by Valiente so far. Like I said, maybe the knee injury threw him off, but he really has come across as just a guy in this tournament so far to me. So, 3 stars. It was fine, but I can't blame it on Wato. He just had the best match of the tournament, in his last tournament match. So,
yeah, neither of them were at their best here. Whatever. It happens.
Next up was Kosei Fujita beating Ryusuke Taguchi in 6-23 with a roll-up. So, okay, the deal here is apparently, for some reason, the loser of this match has to part their hair in the middle.
See, this is what you miss when you don't watch the undercards.
The next 69 days. So, well, you watched the undercard tag?
No, but Walker did mention on English commentary that it was set up in the undercards.
Okay.
I guess because they both have great hair? I think that's a great reason to have a feud, personally.
So, Taguchi just ran away. Fujita chased him. I was like, I don't know what's going on here. Fujita finally just kind of ran into him and hit him on the outside. I can't even say he clotheslined him exactly. I don't even really know what he fucking hit him with. Kind of like just a running, like, weird elbow or something. Fujita tried to do an early hair part back in the ring, got booed loudly for it, which I thought was funny. I was like, hey, you have not yet earned the right to forcibly part this man's hair. I thought it was really funny. Taguchi worked over his leg and ankle for a bit. He got him in the ankle lock. Fujita fought his way out of it with a big slap. Then he caught him in midair trying the hip attack and turned it into a roll-up while pulling on his tights, with the cameraman helpfully censoring using the Taguchi ass shot using the ropes again. I like it that that's a running joke now.
Yep.
That got the pin. This was fine, fairly amusing, but also, kind of short. So 3 stars.
Yep. There's, I think I've used this term before, like, route match. Have I used that before? To mean, like, matches where they're never going to be the highlight of the tournament, but they're just entertaining enough that they add just enough variety that the show overall is helped by their existence. And this was a great example of that.
Next up, we had Robbie X defeating Teton in 15:28 with the X Express. Teton's theme song confuses me, by the way. Like, after the intro, it's like weirdly heelish.
Has any of the CMLL experts you talked to told you if he's gone heel yet? Because I wondered the same thing.
Yeah, I don't know.
I am sad that he doesn't have his old theme, because his old theme was fantastic. Not warmed up to this new one yet.
Robbie hit a nice flipping springboard dive to the floor early. Some very nice flying from both these guys back in the ring. Then they went into like a high-speed counter sequence. Everything looked good. Very good submission tease for Teton getting him the Lave Immortale before Robbie was finally able to make the ropes to break. Robbie also managed to kick out of the top rope double stomp. He came back with his springboard cutter, but Teton also kicked out. So Robbie immediately followed up with the X Express, and that got the pin, which this gave Teton his first loss of the tournament. He was 5-0 at this point. So awesome match, pretty much all action. Everything looked good. So 4 stars. Teton definitely outperforming Valiente in this tournament, I have to say.
Yeah. But yeah, really good. And again, like, to Robbie X's credit as well. He's putting on a heck of a show every time he gets the chance to this tournament. So he kind of feels like with all his...
One of the stars.
Yeah, yep. He kind of feels like, with all his flippy doos, like he is what Ninja Mac was supposed to be before he got too fat.
Mm-hmm. Then we had... Sorry, there's a list shaking, by the way, so I can see it on the thing. Jun Kasai beating Nick Wayne in 1350 with the cross-arm reverse Tiger Driver. So Wayne hit this big flip senton to Kasai, although it was kind of dumb how long he just stood there on the outside, like, during his entrance, being like, oh, this white boy's about to dive on me now. I better stand here and wait instead of, like, moving out of the way or anything. But I guess that kind of thing happens a lot. We just normally don't have a steady camera shot of it like we did here since it was in the entrance. But he went for the chairs on the floor, but that turned out to be a bad idea, as Kasai suplexed him on the chairs and then threw one of them into his face as well, all before the bell even rung, I think. Nick Wayne, to his credit, the first person, I believe, sick enough in this tournament to actually take the skewers to the head.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think anyone else has until he did. So there you go, Nick Wayne.
That's that GPW experience showing.
He hit a frog splash on Kasai through a table at ringside. Wayne continued the gimmick infringement by planting a kiss on Kasai for a change right at the 10-minute call. He then went for a springboard cutter. Kasai avoided it, but Wayne came right back with the standing Spanish fly for a 2 count. Nick hit some headbutts and then got the original kiss of death. Or not Nick, I'm sorry. Jun Kasai hit some headbutts and then got the original kiss of death, followed by the cross-arm Tiger Driver, and that got the pin. I thought it was good. It just didn't quite get to the next level for me, so I had a 3.5. Good match, though.
Yeah, it was all right. I was a little underwhelmed, though. It was... I think what kind of hyped it up for me is, well, Nick Wayne, GCW guy, right? So he'll be willing to go a little more hardcore than anyone else. But the ultimate results, like, even though that was a really sick table spot in it, overall, I just thought the match was a little flabby and underwhelming.
Mm-hmm. No, I guess I could see it. But yeah, I thought this was a really good show again. It's clear these A-block solo shows are like, where it's at so far. So
yeah.
That is it for this week on Best Super Junior. So let me go through the standings real quick, and then I'll look at what's ahead for next week. A-block, Teton is in first by himself at 5-1 for 10 points. Then you have Jun Kasai and Master Wato tied for second, which is notable since two people move on. So 4 and 2, 8 points. Only one of them can move on, obviously. They have not faced each other yet. And then you have a huge cluster of people who are 3 and 3 for 6 points. Nick Wayne, Taguchi, Fujita, Akira, and Robbie X. Valiente Jr. is by himself at 2 and 4 for 4 points. I believe if he's not eliminated yet, it's very close because the best he can do is, I guess, 5 and 4, which would be 10 points. No, I guess he's not eliminated yet. Did he lose to Teton or did he beat him? I can't remember.
Sorry, which one?
I said, did he lose to Teton or did he beat him?
Who was
Valiente. I can't remember. Valiente.
Oh, Valiente lost. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, he's in trouble then because he can only tie Teton. I guess he could finish second theoretically, but yeah, he'll probably need a lot of help. Denki the guy officially is out 0 and 6 for 0 points.
Yep.
B block, we have Daisuke Sasaki, Sho, Yo, Taiji Shimori, and El Desperado all tied for first at 3 and 2 for 6 points. So big logjam there. Hyo and Yoshinobu Kanemaru still have a match to make up. They're both 2 and 2 for 4 points. Robbie Eagles and Jacob Austin Young are 2 and 3 for 4 points, and Kushida is 1 and 4 for 2 points. Again, Kushida, like Valiente, is approaching elimination if he's not quite eliminated yet. So, because the best he can do is 5 and 4 as well. So he's not quite eliminated yet, but like he's getting to the point where he's going to be in trouble based on what the point totals other people can get to. Next week, there's 3 more shows before we get back to you. So one of them will take place in a couple days, Wednesday in Shizuoka at the Akira Messe Numazu. So that is a B block solo show. I'm not going to give every match, but the main event is Jun Kasai versus Akira. Oh, no, actually, it's it's a B block show, but with 1 A block match. So they're main eventing with the 1 A block match, interestingly, with Jun Kasai versus Akira. And then the B block matches, the top B block match is Taiji Shimori versus Robbie Eagles. There's also 4 other ones. So there's your B block. The show on Friday is in Niigata. This show is, again, almost all A block, but 1 B block match. So there's only 4 A block matches, though. So I guess that's why they do the other A block match of the show. Probably something involved with Kasai's availability with freedoms. But yeah, so the 1 B block match is Hyo versus Kanemaru. They'll make up that match. Then the A block matches, you have a Kosei Vegeta versus Valiente Jr. main event, and Nick Wayne versus Teton is semi-main. So that's in Niigata. And then Saturday, May 30th in Toyama. This show is back to a true single block show, all B block, all 5 matches. And the main event is Ishimori versus Sho. Might be a little rough, but the semi-main looks good. Desperado against Kushida. So hopefully that really carries the show. But
I was going to say that Friday sounds dire, actually.
Yeah. So we'll talk about all 3 of those next week on Omakase. Don't worry. Let's go over to Marigold now. We're like 3 hours. I mean, only have 2 promotions left to talk about.
Marigold inspires a lot of discourse. So
that is true.
Even though this was like only a decent show, there might still be a lot to discuss.
Yeah, and well, the Tokyo Joshi show will take 2 seconds though, because that was not much of a show. But,
yeah.
This show opened with Marigold Shine Forever, May 23rd at Ota Ward Gym. The announced crowd was 1,230. If you say so, Rossi. If you say so. I don't. Based on the ticket sales I saw, and based on what the crowd looked like with the lights on in the pre-show. Granted, it's the pre-show, so more people might have showed up. I would be surprised if there was 1,000 people there. But who knows? I guess.
Maybe. I remember when I was in that building for their show in January, and they announced somewhere around 1,000 as well. And
No. They announced 1812.
Oh, 1812?
Yeah.
Paul and I were both like, I guess that's possible. I don't know.
Yeah. 1812. So this, even
really,
if you go by the own
2000?
announcement, it was almost 2,000. Yeah, 1812. They announced. I bet they probably fucking round up by like 300. It's my guess.
Possibly.
Because if you do, because they count they do the old school count where they count. I saw somebody on Twitter break this down. Actually, I remember. I want to credit her. I don't want to take credit for women's work without giving the right credit. It says Zara _ISOS. I have no idea if she's a listener or not. She just followed me on Twitter. But anyway, she broke it down as like the old school way of counting, where like you count everybody you gave comps to, you count everybody in the building, including the wrestlers and the staff, and then you also just inflate it by 20% on top of that. So, which would make sense for like 300 people, you know?
Yeah.
So
yeah,
that's why I'm and again, I think people, the Marigold fans especially, get really defensive if you point this out. I'm not saying this is like the worst thing a promoter's ever done. Okay, I think exaggeration is fine. It looks a little silly sometimes when some of the promotions don't really exaggerate, but the Marigold's not the only one that exaggerates as much though, because Dragon Gate exaggerates almost like just as much in a lot of cases. So yeah, I don't know. They're the exaggerators. It's fine, but this was not a good number though. It's the whole point. Like, this is definitely,
even by
you look at the card,
it is not a good number.
And you look at the card. I mean, it kind of makes sense. I mean, they really didn't have anything. They didn't really have anything for this show.
And this was also an extremely busy day if you're a Joshi fan, because not only was Stardom having their big pay-per-view, there was also the Hana Kimura Memorial Show, but that was barely attended. I think they had
didn't get a good crowd either. I think like 500.
Yeah. But didn't TJPW have a show at the same time?
Yeah, they had a Korakuen had 47. Ice Ribbon had Dojo Show that did their usual like 51 people.
Okay.
Just Tap Out had a show that's all the way in Iwate. I don't think Tokyo Joshi had a show that day.
Oh, right. Their show was the previous day.
Yeah.
That's the one we watched. That was the 22nd.
Yeah.
Not the 23rd.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it was busy. It was pretty busy.
So.
And Best Super Juniors. It was in where the fuck was that? That was in Hyogo. They're nowhere nearby.
Oh, okay.
There was Global Tag League was in Kyoto. Dragon Gate was in Hokkaido. There was Uptown in Tokyo Square. Oh man.
Yeah. Well, we know that Marigold fans are also Jacket Man fans.
That's true. There wasn't a lot in this card, though. I mean,
this was not a exciting
punted
card at all, as you went over last week.
Yeah. The show opened. Well, the pre-show match was Hummingbird defeating the Lady AI in 6:27 with a modified ground Majigatame. Just an average little dark match opener here. Nothing really stood out to me. The atmosphere was obviously not going to be there in a mostly empty building with the lights on the whole time, which is no fault of the wrestlers, but definitely hurt the match. Yeah, 2.5 stars. Average match.
Yeah, I don't really have anything nice to say about this match, mostly because I still just find Hummingbird
is not very. She's not very good.
She's not.
Like, it stands out too because she's in there with the Lady AI who's only been at this for like 2 or 3 months, and she looks way more natural than she does.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's rough. I want her to be better because I think she has a cool look. And
isn't she one of the people that came from like Actress Girls?
Yes, she used to be Calico Cat, I think is the name.
Yeah, it's a little weird that she's still not any better than this.
Which sounds very Sukeban coded now that I say it out loud.
Ha! Yeah. Before the start of the main show, they brought the whole Marigold roster out. You were saying you think they do this every year for the anniversary show.
I think so. I remember them doing it in the first Korakuen Hall show.
Okay. Because they definitely didn't do it on the last big show I saw, which was the October one. I definitely don't remember them doing it there. I didn't watch the January show. I still haven't seen it because I was in Japan and just never got around to it.
You really should go back and watch Mayu and Iroha's match.
Somebody needs to like remind me to do it at a time I'm not recording a podcast because otherwise I'm never going to remember what time we've done. Yeah. But yeah,
no, I don't think they did it then either, but I might be misremembering.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, Utami does come out the rest of the roster here. They did mention, though, it's her last match. And all the injured people came out as well, which there's so many of them right now. The main show opener was Komomo Minami and Nagisa Tachibana going to a 10-minute time limit draw against Shino and Yuka Yamazaki. So I like 3 of the 4 wrestlers in this match quite a bit. Can you guess the one I don't like?
Nagisa Tachibana.
I like Nagisa.
So it's Komomo?
It's Komomo. I don't think she's very good.
Huh.
She just doesn't do a whole lot for me. I kind of laughed when Sunny said she's improved so much in the last year and basically said she used to be tentative but isn't now because I feel like she's still very tentative. I feel like that's her whole problem. But
yeah, I can see that, but I do think she has improved.
Gonna hand to Sunny, huh?
Hmm?
Gonna hand to Sunny.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out how to word it, but yes.
I am
handing it to Isis in this particular instance.
Shino, of course, is insanely good for a 17-year-old. I mean,
Yeah.
who's less than 1 year into her career. I mean, just insanely good.
And Yuka has an intensity that's just... It comes naturally. It does so much to elevate our matches.
Yeah, I don't think... And Nagisa's fine. I don't think she's, like, great or anything, but I think she looks perfectly fine in the anime. I don't know.
Has improved
like,
a lot as well. She was one of those coming in with two other wrestlers who have since left. Where I was kind of worried she wouldn't be able to hang, but it looks like...
one of them was, what's her name? The one who was really, really bad, right?
Right, the one where in your worst match of the year last year, where
and the other one was
that was telling her to just go.
The other one I was just looking up because like, what happened to her? It was like Yuka Minami or something.
Right, she would tag a lot with Gochika, and I thought she looked pretty good in that tag.
Yeah, Yuka Minami. Right, she was like a little bit on the bigger side. She was 5'5". I was looking up what she's doing now, and the answer seems to be like idol step or something. But she has not yet retired. So she's still saying she's going to wrestle somewhere eventually. She just like doesn't know where yet.
Okay, I didn't know that detail. I thought she had injuries. Basically retired. Okay.
No, she's still saying she's going to wrestle somewhere else eventually. She hasn't wrestled anywhere though since last November.
Okay, that's good.
Because I thought she was all right. I didn't think she was that bad.
Yeah,
definitely not Ryoko tier. That's for fucking sure.
Yes, out of their crop of rookies, she was a standout.
Ryoko is still wrestling, believe it or not.
Wait, really? Where is she wrestling?
Yeah, I forget where I saw her. Let me see. Ryoko cage match. Ryoko Sakimura. I think she's been like all over the place. She was in Pure J, just like yesterday. She's been in Diana. She was on a Glate show. Oh my god! Thank God I'm not watching Glate anymore. I guess she was on 01's new offshoot, Rose Girls. So yeah, she's been all over the place.
Right.
Yeah.
Honestly, good for her. Because if this is a case of she actually does want to do it, it just wasn't working out for her in Marigold, then just keep doing it. Keep trying.
Right. Like, keep trying. That's fine.
Maybe one of these days she's going to show up in, like, a New Blood show, and we'll go, wow, she looks like a completely different wrestler.
Yeah, hopefully she's no longer, like, not selling, or selling by laughing, and then also, like, not doing any moves correctly.
So much of her problem was, like, she just looked nervous, you know?
Yeah. So her look looks completely different now, too, with this black hair. I just saw in an image. Anyway, unless I'm just remembering her hair wrong, maybe she always had black hair. Who knows? Enjoyable little opener here, though, to get back on track. 3 1/4. Pretty good little match. Pretty good little match here. Enjoyed it.
It set the tone for the show that the show really needed, right?
Shino like stepped on Nagisa's head during her crab. That was good.
That was good. There's like there's good viciousness in this.
A vicious teenager.
Yep. What I wanted to say was that this has felt like a real low point for the promotion right now, coming off of that hurricane. And even the wrestlers and Rossi and Sunny on commentary are admitting it at this point. So it feels like this is their chance to reset, and one of the best ways to do that is to have your young rookies come out and just put on a good 10-minute match. And that's exactly what they did. So starting off on the right foot here.
Match number 2. Chi-Chi beat Rei Seto with a backdrop in 10:28. First of all, why the fuck was this not for the white belt? Like, why are they insisting on keeping... Well, why are they insisting on Like, Chi-Chi should have won some kind of tournament or some kind of fucking thing for the white belt, because why are they insisting on keeping their belt from people who are not going to be back?
Well, they're also both natural white belt challengers, so it would make complete sense to just nominate the two of them and they just go out and have that match. Yeah. 100%.
Like, Victoria Yuzuki, from what I understand, is not going to be back until like the end of the summer, right? At the earliest?
So she'll also miss the Dream Star.
That's what I think. I mean, I could be wrong, but it sounded like she was out for a while. And I'm like,
damn.
Can you just take this fucking belt off her then?
Well, okay, here's one problem they have. They don't have that many wrestlers who can...
But just have Chi-Chi hold this fucking belt as the outsider and then have fucking Victoria Yuzuki come back and get the belt back from her.
I agree. But we always complain about how Marigold has too many belts. And now they don't have that problem anymore.
They definitely don't anymore. This and the Superfly both tied up.
Yeah.
You see Mayu Utani's tweet, by the way, where she was like, during the show, or during or after, she was like, "Oh, I gotta find it. Actually, I can't. I have to do this lovable idiot justice." Let me see if I could. Because I think somebody posted in the chat. Her tweet was like, as I do my okay. Marigold was so freaking interesting. I want to have a match ASAP. For real, I don't need a break anymore. This woman is not going to be happy until her fucking foot falls off. Like, she is. I like Rika Tatsumi in the chat posting, "I am fine, Dr. Mayu." It's like, yeah.
She wrote her own doctor's notes.
"I am fine, Dr. Mayu." Like, great job by not the real Rika Tatsumi, but a great poster with the name Rika Tatsumi.
You don't know
or the real Rika Tatsumi for all I know. The real Rika Tatsumi.
Have you seen them in the same place at the same time?
That is true.
So,
but yeah, Dr. Mayu, just the image of her as a doctor. This is so great.
Well,
I call her an idiot with love, everybody.
I think she knows. If anything,
yeah.
It's part of why people love her. Did you see her post though that like the break wasn't healing properly?
Yeah.
They're thinking it might be an even longer outage than initially planned.
Yeah.
And I wonder if working that retirement match for Marvelous had anything to do with that.
I did think the same thing. I did definitely think the same thing. But look, no one will ever say Mayu Iwatani was the smartest wrestler on the world. So, she wanted to do something nice for her friend. I mean, was it incredibly ill-advised? Sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, this match wasn't quite a squash for Chi-Chi. Rhea did get some offense in here or there, but Chi-Chi's, I would still say she won it without much trouble, right? That'd be a good way to put it.
Yeah, I mean, Rei Sato got to do her thing. I think Chi-Chi was clearly the better wrestler throughout, so I think that's a fair conversation.
I enjoyed it for what it was, and it definitely made Chi-Chi look good, which I guess is the idea, since they're going to be building around her feud against young Marigold. So yeah, 3 1/4. Pretty good little match here.
Yep. And I also like the post-match. Quite a lot.
Yeah, so the post-match, Chi-Chi tells Rei Sato she's like really half-hearted or something, but says they could run back this match one day anyway, and Rei just like slaps her hand away without saying anything and leaves. And then a bunch of the other young roster members then confront her, and Chi-Chi starts insulting them all and says she'll take them on all one by one. And the crowd, unfortunately, seemed to be behind her and cheering her, which I don't think that's exactly the reaction you want to her running down all the young faces on your roster. But it looks like it will be Nagisa Tachibana next, then maybe Komomo, Yuka, and Shino based on how they stepped up. Shino also got her face and chest bumped her. I thought that was cool. But yeah, kind of funny that Chi-Chi tells everybody off and looks dominant and then leaves too. "I am a Barbie girl in my Barbie world."
Yeah, hit my music, and it's the most whimsical fucking shit in the world.
Like, "I'm gonna beat all these girls' asses, and everyone's gonna have to like it. Now hit my music." It's not exactly what she said, but basically what she said. And it's like, "I'm a Barbie girl." And it's like, okay. Not the most intimidating theme song, but it's a very funny contrast there.
Well, this whole sequence really felt very Suri-esque, right?
Yeah.
It is very Suri energy, and I haven't quite made that connection before, even though I know Chi-Chi was tagging with Suri when Suri was working the 5-star last year. But it feels like she's kind of bringing that Suri energy, especially against these rookies, and I think that's a good little something to give the undercard something to do and give them more experience against against a veteran wrestler. Chi-Chi has been at this for 3 years? 4? She just is so much better than her years of experience. It's insane. Right?
Yeah, I think she's like, it's not that long. Let me see. Let me get the exact. I can get you the exact numbers.
I'm kidding. 2023 is when she debuted.
Yeah, so not even 3 years. Yeah,
3 years.
I mean, let me see where she actually debuted. When she actually debuted, now I'm curious. It could have been really late in 2023. Yeah, March 2023. But she didn't wrestle that often at first. So, yeah, I mean, she doesn't have she had 39 matches in 2023, 100 in 2024. 70 in 2025, so dropped a little bit. Already 37 this year in 2026.
But she has
yeah,
veteran
definitely.
poise at this point. That's insane.
Yeah, totally. We had, what was I gonna say? I guess the next match. I guess we can go on the next match. Natsumi, Shozuki, Nao Ishikawa, Sayaka Kurara Hanan, and Angel Hayes lost to the team of Nagisa Nozaki, Nightshade, Nyla Rose, and Johnny Robbie. It was Nyla Rose with a chokeslam on Nao Ishikawa in 10:35. Nightshade did the big monster routine to start, just knocking everyone down single-handedly. Johnny tagged in, but unfortunately so did Angel, who's just not very impressive in my opinion, and that's what she had to work with. She's still got a couple decent spots in, though, before tagging out to Nagisa. The match I thought was a little bit dull, but then I liked when Nyla got in there. She was a little more interesting playing the big monster than Nightshade was at the start. She eventually press slammed poor Now all the way to the floor onto everybody else. And Now and Nyla just had weirdly good chemistry in general, I thought. Like they were just working really well together. That was the highlight, basically. Then the match turned into kind of a mess with literally everybody in the ring all at once, just kind of stumbling over each other. And Nyla and Nightshade eventually chokeslammed two of them onto the other two, and then all four of them did a 1-foot pin, which was certainly a memorable finish, at least. At the end of the day, I thought it was fine. I went like 3 stars on it. Didn't dislike it or anything. It was fine.
Yeah, it was also more an angle than a match, really, with how strongly the heel team won. It kind of felt like they were, or at least English commentary was putting over the idea that we're going to see a lot more of the marvelous foreign wrestlers in the near future. That would make sense because I think they need to fill out some slots in the Dream Star, and maybe Nightshade or ideally Nyla Rose would be a good fit. I kind of like the idea of them being monster heels that the mid-card has to overcome for maybe like the 3D, since one of the 3D champions was pinned here. But it sounds like Nightshade's challenging for the red next, or at least that's what she said on commentary, so okay. One final thought, by the way. I've been wanting to say this ever since we started talking about Marigold. I think now Ishikawa is terrific and very poorly utilized in Marigold. I really would like to see her, with especially given the dearth of like good talent at the top, just see her elevated to that level. She could more than handle it. She's so good. Am I crazy?
Then we had
no thoughts.
No.
Okay.
I don't really have any thoughts on. Well, you're gonna have to do all the talking about this next one because Dump Matsumoto beating Megaton in 501 with Larry. I fucking skipped it. So tell me all about it.
Really? Okay. Yeah, there wasn't. I'm not going to say.
I had enough Megaton. I'm done with Megaton. I've decided I'm done
fair.
with Megaton in singles matches, especially. I'm fucking done. I'm sorry to dump Matsumoto. I'm done with it. I'm not doing it anymore.
Weirdly enough, this was almost a meta match where after the match, Dump Matsumoto was trying to figure out what the fuck Megaton's deal even is. Because the match itself was very, very short, and it really was just Dump whipping Megaton's ass, hitting her a bunch with the stick. Dump brings out a fork, actually, and breaks Megaton open the hard way with the fork. So it was just a very quick, bloody, short match that was entirely Dump doing her thing. It wasn't interesting, by the way, to watch either. I wouldn't say that was fun. I was more interested in the post-match because Dump was trying to... How do I put this? It's almost like she felt bad for how hard she whipped Megaton's ass and was like, okay, chin up, kid. Surely it's going to get better. But she didn't really know Megaton's deal either and was like, hey, have you considered being a heel that might be a better fit for you? And Megaton's like, no, I'm a babyface. I'm 100% a babyface. And Dump was very confused by that. She seemed to think Megaton would make a much better heel. But she also tried to encourage Megaton. And as she starts giving the speech and the English commentary is translating, you also realize that she's talking to Rossi. And at a certain point, she just looks directly at Rossi. while she's talking about how there's better days ahead if you have a good attitude and chin up. So it, yeah, I don't know. You didn't miss much, and I guess the most interesting thing about it was like a meta level of Dump coming in, and somehow one of the most vile villains in Joshi wrestling ever. It gives a pep talk to the Marigold roster. So, yeah, it was a little weird. I will say, when Dump breaks character like this, I much prefer it when she decides to be a horny old lady, like she is with Jacket Man, if you've ever seen that. That's just really funny. God bless that woman. Hustling after all these years.
Then we had Sari Yamaoka defeating Senka Aksuki in 13:07 with the Ioki clutch. I thought this was a little slow-paced early, but we did eventually get a pretty sick German suplex on the apron from Sari on Senka. An interesting move from Sari where she hit this big spine buster and then just sort of like leaned down into her cover. I'm not sure I've ever seen that before. It looked cool. Senka got dropped on her head by a Sari German after missing a top rope splash, like seriously right on the back of her head, but just no-sold it and exploded forward this huge lariat. Crazy little sequence there. Senka slapped the fuck out of Sari while holding onto her hair a little later, but Sari ducked the last one and immediately grabbed her into an air raid crash, which looked great. That got a 2 count. Sari hit a splash off the top that honestly looked kind of bad. Like, I'm happy that wasn't the finish. It was like a weirdly like light, like soft, like a light soft landing or something. Just weirdly, really weird. Senka hit a couple lariats that also didn't look great, but then went right into the shoot pins as Sari repeatedly kicked out. She followed up with a nice little running backdrop suplex for 2. Tried to go with the shoot pins again, but Sari was able to roll onto her belly. I like that as a counter. And then she got the clutch out of nowhere for the pin pretty much right after that. So I thought this was very good, but also a little disappointing. So it's that one match where I'm like 3 3/4, but I kind of just expected more out of these two. I don't know. It started a bit slow, and I didn't quite love the ending either. But like, I had like those little complaints I mentioned. But the middle portion rocked. So still 3 3/4, still a very good match. I just expect a little more from these two.
I'm kind of with you. I think the two of them bring a special intensity to their matches with each other, though, that makes even a match like this, where I think they have more to give, they left a lot on the table. Still, this was really good in its own right. Like you said, the counter of Senka spamming the pin by Sari flipping over on her belly, that was so smart. And I would love to see more wrestlers try to do that to counter Senka's pin spam. Otherwise, I don't know. There is a better version of this match, and we will see it in the next few years. But this was still pretty good.
Afterwards, Senka did a really great job selling both her shock and disappointment losing to Sari. Sari says she wants them both to continue improving and eventually face each other in the main event. Senka doesn't say anything, just keeps looking upset. So there you go. Match number 6, the Twin Star titles, the only title match in this entire fucking Ota Ward show, which is insane.
They have like 8 belts!
I know. Well, look, most of them are held by injured wrestlers. So, Kogi Amuro, I'm not even kidding. Like the 3 different titles are held by injured wrestlers.
Yeah, the 3D because Aaron is injured.
The 3D.
Mine is injured, so that's the Superfly.
And the GHC, which they just vacated, which you want to count.
Yeah. Well, that's Paula saying, "Hey, please give me my belt back." The Nosawa is a better booker than Rossi. God damn, I hate that.
And the United National, which is a white belt.
Yep, that's Victoria Yuzuki. And
so 3 out of 6, I guess, half of the belts.
Yep.
If you don't count the GHC, 3 out of 6, because then all you have is the tag belts, the world, and what the fuck's the other one I'm thinking of? Is it 3 out of 5?
Superfly
is on Maya, which that's one of the ones hurt.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was trying to count the total.
Yeah. I think that's it. Unless you want to count this British title, I'm not going to count that.
No.
So it's 3 out of 5. So the majority of the belts are held by injured wrestlers that can't defend them. And he refuses to vacate any of them. Crazy. Twin star titles again. Koki Amare and Chika Goto, the Twin Towers. Which when they said that name in front of my girlfriend Nicole when I was watching this late last night, she was like, "What?" And I was like, "What?" Because I guess it's a lifelong New Yorker, especially. That's where her mind goes.
Oh.
But yeah, Amare pinned Misa Matsui and Chiaki. They lost, so Amare pinned Chiaki with the Amethyst Butterfly in 1619. So Matsui and Chiaki fall in their 7th title defense, and Amare and Goto become the 7th champions. Can I just say, by the way, I don't like the coloring of these two belts. Like, they have a different color for the two of them, sort of like they do with the artist belts in Stardom. But, like, the problem is the artist ones in Stardom, they all look kind of similar, and you can argue that none of them are, like, better. It's just whichever one you like, which color you like. These belts, because I'm looking at a picture of them right in front of me, but I thought about this before, too. One of them just looks way cooler than the other one. One of them looks like one of them is like gold, and the other one's like a fucking like really light silver or something. Like of course I want the gold one. Like that's just a really stupid way to do these titles. Like, okay, we have a cool person belt and a belt that's not as cool. Like what? Like the team should fight over who gets the gold belt. Every fucking team should fight over that. Koki should be like, I got the fucking pin. I get the gold belt. You get the stupid silver one that doesn't look anywhere near as cool. Anyway, this was Darkness Evolution going for their V7 already. Like I said, they've had these belts since the end of October. The way Misa just like very subtly rolled her eyes in the background during Go Chica's whole like, you know, which way, this way, not that way, my way, or whatever is in English. That was so funny to me for some reason. Like it was very subtle, but she's like, ugh. I just thought that was very funny.
She's so endearing as a heel in her
really
own
endearing.
special way.
He's a very likable asshole. Very, very similar to Magenta for me. It's just like, how do you not like Magenta?
Ooh, yeah, they do kind of have similar vibes.
Yeah.
Wait, are you saying I don't like Magenta?
No.
Oh, okay.
I
thought
saying,
you said,
like,
okay, you were
how
saying
could
the
you, the
general
royal you?
You.
Yeah.
The audience listening to this, you are the problem, actually, it turns out.
Exactly. The way Misa, I already said that. The crowd brawling felt very aimless to start.
Yep.
It doesn't help that the crowd was completely silent, of course, as they almost always are. The size difference between Chika and Misa looked a little silly when Misa was dominating her, and it was all a little clunky too. But Chika did finally start fighting back, though, thankfully. Unfortunately, the whole final stretch of this match was a big, giant mess to me with the chairs and and I don't know. I just didn't think anything in this match was that special before that either, and I just thought it fell apart down the stretch. So I was happy for Koki after all injuries, and was happy for Go Chika too, winning after being relentlessly fat shamed in the build. But I just didn't think this match was very good. I was like 2.25, like below average match.
Yeah, it's also Koki's Amethyst Butterfly hit Chiaki's knees instead of the midsection, which is where Koki normally aims. Even though I agree that the match, especially once it got back in the ring, was kind of clunky, I still thought, oh, this is still a step up from Go Chika even several months ago. And definitely for Koki, looked a little better than she has in the past, 2 years. It feels like they're getting more comfortable in the ring. It definitely feels like Go Chika's cardio has improved a lot. She wasn't immediately winded trying to do the giant swing, for instance. But honestly, the one who impressed me the most was Chiaki. Chiaki's someone I've been pretty down on, but I thought she looked the smoothest and looked the most impressive out of anyone here. Misa Matsui just didn't get to do much. It was kind of, once they were back in the ring, Chiaki, I think, basically just didn't tag out once they hit the closing stretch. So it was a decent match that was kind of encouraging. But I also feel like because of Go Chika and Koki's age and how long they've been around, I also feel like them winning the titles feels kind of like a last-ditch attempt to get them over as champions. Because if they don't have more compelling matches in the near future as Twin Tower together, I don't think they have much of a future at the top of the card at all.
Then we had the main event, which was the second anniversary special 6-woman tag match. It was the team of Miku Ano, Mai Sakurai, and Mirai defeating the team of Utami Yashishita, Takumi Iroha, and Maddie Morgan. Mai pinned Utami with a running powerbomb in 25-18. So Utami did go out on her back. So yeah, this is, of course, Utami's last match as a Marigold roster member. Interesting, another former roster member who left, Mirai, did return for this. I was really surprised by the high rating this got in Cage Match. I just thought this was kind of like an overly long, kind of whatever main. Like, I just didn't see what people saw in this match. It just like, it was a random 6-woman tag with nothing on the line in front of a tiny dead crowd. So it was really going to have to wow me to really like get me into it probably. I just didn't think this wowed me at all. Just didn't, There wasn't, didn't think there's a lot of story to it. There's some cool spots here or there. You know, I did think the Mirai Lariat right for the finish was awesome. But yeah, it just wasn't a lot to this match at all. There wasn't a lot that wowed me. I'm not saying it was bad. It was pretty good. I went like 3 1/4 on it, but it just did not get me to like where I would even flirt with 4 stars, which I think was the level it was at on the last time I checked. Let me say, what did Cage Match have it at? Cage Match had it at 7.71. Yeah, so a little higher than I rated it, but not, you know. Now yeah, like between 3 3/4 and 4 stars. But yeah, just didn't do much for me.
Okay.
It was pretty good. It was pretty good. It wasn't like it was bad or anything, but just didn't, you know, the emotion of Utami leaving felt like it carried it probably for some people, whereas I don't have a ton of, I don't have like a ton of feelings for Marigold probably the way some people do. So it doesn't make me feel like, oh, Utami's leaving. I'm not going to feel like that. So if you're I guess actually thinking about it, if you're a big Marigold fan, I could see why this would like really emotionally affect you. Now I think about it.
Yeah, they did structure a lot of the match around a bit of nostalgia, a bit of like Miku getting her last kicks in on Utami and really laying them in, which was fun to watch, and the crowd also loudly cheering for her to do it again, which was fun. This was like well worked. It's a fast pace. I don't know. It was so clearly a step up in quality in terms of anything else on the card that I came away from it going, oh, you know what? That was actually borderline great. There was, I would say, 5 wrestlers here who could wrestle at another level compared to anyone else on the card. And Maddie Morgan, honestly, as far as someone who just does some spots pretty well, fit in really well in this match. So, yeah, I think I was much higher than you. There was an element of, it was good to see Mirai back in Marigold, and I think they made a match with what I felt like was an obvious result. Still just a lot of fun to watch. So I don't know stuff.
So yeah, by the post match stuff, I thought was just kind of sad. I mean, Utami was obviously quite sad to be moving on. Mai was crying super hard. I felt so bad for Mai. Like, she's the last one standing, basically, from the Stardom or people who jumped who already weren't like rookies.
Yes, her and Yuzuki. And yeah, I guess Yuzuki was a rookie at the time, so.
Yeah, Yuzuki was a rookie. So, like, just very, like, she must, I imagine, must be very lonely, you know? Like, all your friends are leaving, that you all set out to start this big new thing, and they're all gone. I mean, that must be depressing. I mean, she seems to be taking it away, like she's telling the press she wants to step up because if it's not her, who? Mm-hmm. And, you know, her getting the pin here, I think, is a big deal, and I think she probably will. She'd be definitely one of the big contenders to win the Dream Star this year and probably win the Red Belt. So, yeah. But yeah, you know, Miku was trying to put a happy face on everything. Mirai was kind of like, well, I'm kind of still part of the family, right? But I can't say anything else because Rossi will get mad. I was like, where was she going with that? That was a little weird.
There was
like that was literally what she said.
Oh, I'll say, yeah, no, you're right. She said, "I'll tell you later, Utami. I can't say it here."
No. Utami said, "Tell me later." I think Utami was the one who was like, "Tell me later. Tell me later." I think that was Utami. But yeah, it was all sad. hopefully there's better times ahead for Marigold. It's really what I came away from this with, because I don't know. I feel like I'm repeating myself. I'm probably letting one person get to me too much, like one very vocal person. But like, I don't have anything against this promotion. I want to see this promotion do well. I like a lot of the wrestlers here, as I feel like I say every fucking time we review them.
Yeah.
I think a lot of the wrestlers here are really good. There's a lot of good young talent here I want to see do well. And, but like, this show, by any scale of a normal big show, this was a pretty bad big show. But I feel like you can give them a pass because, obviously you have the injuries, you have Utami leaving. Now, you can only give them a pass to such a degree because they should have vacated some of these fucking belts and had a better card than this. But you can give them a little bit of a pass, I think. Hopefully they can rebuild from here, though, because I just, I want to see them do well. It's not like I don't want to see them do well. So,
yeah,
despite what people may think.
I think I saw a comment once in the chat that was like, "Why would you get invested in Marigold when there's so many better, smaller Joshi promotions going on right now?" And I think a valid answer to that is that scale and ambition does matter. A lot of these smaller Joshi companies are not going to run the buildings that Marigold will run. They're not going to run Korakuen as often. And they're not going to try to have a best in the world roster like Marigold says they want, right? They're not going to necessarily even have training facilities where they are going to be training the next generation of rookies. Marigold is trying something very, very ambitious, and I want it to succeed because the only other company that is working at close to that scale is Stardom. And it would be nice to have, they're not just a Stardom competitor because like Rossi built the original Stardom promotion. It's also like in terms of what their ambitions are and how they want to operate day to day. I think that's important.
Yeah.
It also
I feel like Tokyo Joshi's closing the gap again now that they're starting to run more Korakuens. But
TJPW is clearly the second largest, but they're doing a different thing, I think. And they're also, this is both a positive and a negative, but TJPW is very much in their own world. And
yeah, well, the walls are starting to come down a little bit because
yes,
yeah, Miyu Yamashita on the Marvelous show, and there have been little moments like that. You see more outside people like Sari and all that, and like Tokyo Joshi. The walls are coming down a little bit.
Yeah.
I hope they keep it up because the roster's super talented.
Yep. I would love to see them start to book buildings the way Marigold is booking buildings. That would be really cool. But yeah, and it also matters, I guess, as a final thought, that they're on Wrestle Universe and are so easy to watch. Which is true about a lot of Joshi promotions at the moment. My God, like if you're a Joshi fan and you're not subscribed to Wrestle Universe, I don't understand what you're doing. But all that kind of combines into something that I think is still worth wanting to see succeed. And I didn't even bring in like all the wrestlers I like on that roster. So there's lots of reasons, I think, that you would hope that Marigold can still pull through here. And I think they have the right attitude, to be honest. I got the sense from this show that everyone who is left is still invested in this promotion. That they were still giving their best effort, even if their best effort doesn't necessarily lead to the greatest work. They're still putting in that effort. And I think that counts for a lot. So.
All right, so that is that show. What's coming up in Marigold? So in a few days here, they have a show at Shinjuku FACE on the 28th. The BEW Women's title, of course, very prestigious. Sarah Yamaoka will defend it against Mari Morgan. Not a ton else on this show. I mean, we're getting some random other outsiders here. We have Nightshade is here along with Jesse Jackson. Who the fuck is that?
Wait, really?
Jesse Jack. Like, let me say, Jesse
that
Jackson.
Sounds familiar. I think I've seen her in Monday Magic.
Yeah. Oh, she's another UK wrestler. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I think she was also on the Marvelous show. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, she's on that Marvelous show, the 8-woman tag, and she's been wrestling. She's the one who did a lot of Mexican stuff recently, like 8 AAA and stuff. But yeah, she's over there right now. Another Marvelous person, I guess. But yeah, she and Nightshade are going to face Miku Ano, and Chika Goto. But yeah, nothing really else on this show of note. Just kind of typical house show stuff besides those two. The next show after that, a couple days later in Osaka, has Miku Ano and Mai Sakurai against Maddie Morgan and Angel Hayes. And really nothing else notable, really house show stuff. Okay. Lady AI versus Naoya Ishikawa. Only singles match on the show. So yeah, not a ton coming up for Marigold. I mean, their next big show is not until June 20th, which is their Korakuen, which I am skipping out on to go to Ice Ribbon instead. So
that is probably the next time I'll bother watching a Marigold show.
Yeah.
I'll wait until their next book.
But yeah, the Korakuen, I mean, I'm just way more into Ice Ribbon right now, so I was like...
Yeah, no, it's a great choice.
Yeah. And plus, it might be a Yuka title shot, which is my favorite wrestler, because she has a number one contendership match next weekend. So I would assume that would be where that title shot would be.
I am so far beyond. I have no idea what's going on in Ice Ribbon, and honestly, I would rather be watching Ice Ribbon than Marigold right now. So
yeah. Well, we'll cover it next week, as I'll get to. Let's quickly wrap things up. How deep are we in this show now? 3 hours. We can get this done in 4 hours, I think.
Okay.
Which for this show is not that long. Tokyo Joshi from the Tokyo Joshi Spring Tour 2026, next door in Shinjuku, May 22nd, Shinjuku FACE, an announced crowd of 335 fans. There was a contract signing or a presser or something for the Princess of Princess title match at Korakuen in a couple of weeks between Yuki Kamifuku and Yuki Arai. I skipped it in the interest of saving time because I was trying to get through everything today. But I did not skip the Up Girls performance. I would never. Unlike John Bivens.
Yep, you have your priorities straight.
The opener of the show was Raku defeating Kira Summer with the Dr. Yellow in 806. Kira deciding to just also lay down in the ring while Raku was doing her whole sleeping girl routine was kind of funny to me. I don't know why more people don't just do that. Why don't you just go to sleep too? What's she going to do? But Raku just leaves for some reason. And then Kira somehow loses track of this woman wearing bright yellow being followed by a spotlight, which was just funny. Raku then returned to the ring and just went back to sleep. So this time, Kira makes the classic mistake of trying to leg drop her, and Raku, of course, just calmly rolls out of the way. But yeah, she won with the Dr. Yellow, which is a running neck breaker. This is okay. A little less of the truly annoying Raku comedy to me than usual, so 2 3/4.
Yeah, it was a fine little opener. Raku did do a hold that I thought was interesting, where she has her arms wrapped around Kira, but also has her face against her hands like she's in a sleeping position. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Vaguely.
Because she had this hold in for quite a while, and I thought, is this a new submission she's getting over? I don't remember seeing it before, but it is very appropriate for Raku. Besides that, I did want to ask you, what do you think about Kira Summer's development so far?
I think she's good. Good, solid hand on the roster.
She's solid. But I also feel like because she has a similar problem to Hanan, where she's bigger, but because I guess she's such a junior, has to primarily sell in her matches. I would like to see her get a chance to be a dominant, maybe not
necessarily. She also seems very nice. She also seems like she's a very nice girl. So
yes, yeah.
Yeah, because she's 5'4". She's not that tall, but but Hyogo Kyoto has a ton of very tiny wrestlers, and she's very thick.
Yes.
So
that's the key difference, I think.
Yeah. Match 2 was Palm Harajuku defeating Mifu Ashida with the Palm de Justice in 5:56. Referee Mike took his referee shirt off, and I love that he came all the way to Japan to referee in Tokyo Joshi. And the crowd all went, Maiku! Yeah, very funny.
So I missed. Who the hell is Mike?
He was on the Vegas show.
Oh, okay.
I think he's just some American ref that. Yeah, everybody seemed to get a kick out of him. They all chant Mike, 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 and because the fact he has no last name is kind of funny. Just Mike, your referee is Mike, and they flew him all the way over here. So now he's refereeing in Japan.
Huh.
I mean, for all we know, he could have paid his own way, for all we know. But
I was wondering that if it was he was already.
If if I was a referee and they let me fucking take a paid vacation in Japan where I also get like maybe paid something for doing actual shows, I'd fucking buy that flight. So I wouldn't blame him. I'm not going to call him Mark or nothing if that's what happened. It's a great country. I pay to go there all the time. Who am I fucking calling anybody Mark?
I'm not disagreeing.
Referee Mike took off his referee's shirt. He put it over Palm's back, and then he had her check him before the match. And she screamed in his ear so hard he fell over, and then threw his ref shirt back at him. I don't know what any of that was about, but it was very funny.
Okay, I was hoping you could explain that because I was like, I don't know who this guy is. I'm guessing he came from either the Vancouver or American tour, none of which I watched. And then he does this thing with Palm. Also, like, he seemed to ask Palm to scream in his ear. I didn't get what that was.
I didn't even catch that part of it.
It was such an odd part. He seems like a fine
It was very
guy.
odd.
It was just okay.
Yeah.
I was just
Mifu
out of the loop, and I didn't like that feeling.
Mifu led the crowd in cheer, but then Palm wants the pom-poms so she could do her own cheer. Mifu, of course, got jealous and stole the pom-poms back. Palm tried to ask them back, so Mifu just rubs them in her face and goes right back to cheering again. The way Mifu is just like, I don't give a fuck what you're doing. I'm just going to do my cheers. It's always my favorite character trait about her. Like, it's almost like she can become like almost a clueless heel, kind of, where she doesn't give a shit about anything except doing her fucking cheers.
Yeah.
It's very funny to me.
Yeah.
Palm starts beating her ass with her own pom-poms, though, which is very mean. She also just starts rubbing her ass in her face in the corner between shin kicks. Like, how do people get mad at me when I say Palm is a heel? Like, come on. Palm is clearly a heel.
Well, she's 3 years old. She doesn't quite understand the concept of good and evil just yet. So
I say. Mm-hmm. Well, she's doing a lot of evil for someone who doesn't understand the concept of good and evil. Palm got the pin. Fine little comedy match. I enjoy both these two antics a lot, so I went 3 stars on it.
Yep. Mifu's also one of those where I feel like she would be very comfortable much higher up the card, even though she is also a very good comedy wrestler. It's that kind of flexibility that makes wrestlers in TJPW as good as they are.
Then we had Yuki Aino and Haru Kazushiro defeating Ayuso Endo and Shion Kanzaki. Haru pinned Kanzaki with the Fisherman Suplex in 9:19. I think my whole thing with Shion is she looks so slow and awkward in the ring still, and it's been quite a few months now. Like, it stands out even more when her partner is Alisu, because, like, Alisu Endo is, like, one of the fastest and smoothest wrestlers on the planet at the moment. I mean, everything she does looks fast and smooth. So, like, you see Shion come in there and she just can't run the ropes very well, and she just runs really weirdly in general, and just makes everything she does look worse. But yeah, Haru pinned her with a Fisherman Suplex. This was pretty okay otherwise, to 2 3/4.
Yeah, no real thoughts on this. Though I do think you're being a little harsh about Shion. I'm not quite seeing her as any slower than any other rookie at the moment.
I don't know. Like, the way she runs, it just looks very slow and, like, awkward to me. But yeah, I don't know.
I'll try and pay more attention to it next time. I don't know. I don't think I picked that up though from this match.
Okay.
But this was also like a match that was one of the least memorable out of all the wrestling I saw this week.
Then we had the Kyoraku Kyomei, which is Shoko Nakajima and Hyper Misao, defeating Himawari and Ren Konatsu. It was Shoko pinning Ren with the Locomotion Northern Lights Suplex in 12:07. Himawari has, like, such an expressive face. That was my first big note from the match. Like, first when she's, like, selling surprise as Misao keeps trying to roll her up at the start, but then when she blocks one of the roll-ups and realizes she has an opportunity to, like, attack her with her hair whips, she gets this great, like, vicious facial expression, like, I've got you now. It's very great.
Mm-hmm.
Another perfectly fine little tag here, though, just not a lot to it otherwise. I enjoyed the whole finishing sequence a lot with, like, Shoko and Ren having this cool little flash pin exchange before Shoko used the 2 straight Northern Light suplex with the pin. So 3 stars. Fine little match.
Yep. Fine little match. Very little to say about it, though.
Then we had the, I guess, because this was not their name before when she was a bird, I think, right? There's a new team name, Kiss Kick Slash.
Oh, okay. I was going to ask you. Yes. I think that is new now that she's Sakura Report.
Because Slash would make sense for a ninja, I guess.
Yep.
So yeah, Kiss Kick Slash, Miyu Yamashita and Sakura Hattori defeating the team of Toga and Shika Nanase. when Yamashita defeated Nanase with the attitude adjustment in 11:21. Thought there was a good little exchange early on with Hattori and Toga, where they were mostly based around arm drags, and then Miyu and Chika tagged in, and Miyu obviously mostly controlled. Some fairly hard-hitting blows a little bit later from Hattori and Toga. There's this really cool like thrust attack that Hattori did, immediately followed up by a high kick. That looked really good. But yeah, Miyu ended up pinning Chika. Definitely a level above everything else on the show to this point. A good match here, 3.5 stars.
Perfectly fine, Simon. I think one of the secret keys to success for TJPW is that they have very consistent tag team pairings that tend to last much longer. Because
Toga and Chika have been pairing up a lot lately, right?
Toga's been pairing up more when she was challenging with God, what's her name? The one from Ganbare Pro Wrestling.
Oh yeah.
Chika tends to tag more with Kira Summer.
That's right. Yeah. But these two feel like they could be partners to me if they want to do it.
Yeah, if they want to do it, I think it's fine.
But they like the blondes though. I get it, Chika and Kira.
That's a fair opinion to have. All I wanted to end on was just I really like what I'm seeing so far in Kiss Kick Slash.
Kiss Kick Slash.
That's a good name too. I'm gonna find it a little difficult to remember, I suspect, but
Kiss Kick Slash.
Yeah,
it's fun to say.
It is fun to say. I kind of like what I'm seeing with the two of them though, and I think they give Sakura Hattori like a good chance to continue.
Can I make up a headcanon really quickly before I forget to say this?
All right.
How funny would it be if the original name idea was like Kiss Kick Kill, and then someone was looked up what the initials KKK stand for, and they're like, This is my own headcanon now. They were going to name it Kiss Kick Kill, and somebody typed in KKK, and they were like, let's not go with that.
All right, I have a short story related to this. So, during the pandemic, do you remember that Mr. Haku was hosting meet and greets online for English-speaking fans with the wrestlers? And you had to buy a ticket, and you would get a Q&A. You remember that?
I didn't do one of those. I did the Yuki Kamifuku English lesson she was doing online.
Okay. I bought one of the tickets.
Or not English lesson, sorry, Japanese lesson. In other words, she talked to you about, you did the language thing. Yeah.
I have heard you talk about the time you took Japanese lessons with Yuki Kamifuku so often that my brain immediately replaced English with Japanese. I knew immediately.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I got...
She did not really teach me any Japanese, by the way. It was really just spend your money to talk to the hot girl for an hour or whatever. That was really the thing, which is great. I mean, it was fun. Yeah, I enjoyed it. She needed some money during COVID, and I wanted to talk to Yuki Kamifuku for an hour. It worked out great. It wasn't that much either.
That does sound like a good time, honestly. I'm kind of jealous you got to do that.
She told me all about going to school in Ohio.
I would have loved the opportunity if I knew it existed. I think I completely missed on that being a thing.
I really don't remember how much it was, but it wasn't that much, $100 or something.
If I remember right, so for the meet and greet with Miyu and Ito, it was $60, and it was an hour-long Q&A. But part of it also was they were saying, hey, we want to stick together as a tag team. Please help us come up with a tag team name. They would eventually settle on 121 Million, and I think that is still a terrible tag team name. In my head, I didn't think of this until after the Q&A ended, which is why I never got to suggest it. But I have always thought that the perfect fit for that team would have been Pink Eye. Pink Eye. Yeah. So, Miyu wears a lot of pink. Ito does that thing with her eye as a rude gesture. But also, Pink Eye is a disease you get when you get shit in your eye. So, there's something that felt particularly appropriate about that combination with that name. And I've always regretted that I didn't think of that fast enough before that Q&A ended. Anyway, that's my story, and I told it to the tiny number of people who could ever possibly care about it very poorly.
Well, to be fair, we're 4 hours in, so there's not that many people left listening, so it's okay. Then we had the main event. I thought you were going to something with a KKK story. I'm like, what?
No.
I was like, what KKK story do you have?
I'm not from that
Jesus.
deep in the South.
I didn't think you were, so I was like, what the hell? Because when you're like, oh, this reminds me of a story. I'm like, the KKK reminds you of a story? The only other KKK story I would have is like when they put up 3 strikeouts in this thing, and they're all
That was my next joke. God damn it! Oh, sounds like the last Royal start. Thanks.
Then we had Yuki Kamifuku, Mizuki, Uda Takami, and Mahiro Kiryu defeating Yuki Arai, Miya Watanabe, Rika Tatsumi, and Suzume. It was Mahiro pinning Suzume with the Spine Buster in 15-20. So, of course, it's the big hype tag for all 3 of the next Korakuen title matches. Champion versus challengers here. Interesting to see Yuki and Miyu team up as well, since after their big feud, obviously. And this match is going to happen again, by the way, at the on the Osaka show in like 5 days on May 30th. In Osaka. So they're going to run it back. But yeah, not sure why Mizuki and Uda's team entrance involves them pantomiming hitting each other on the head. But it also felt weirdly fitting for them. Like Uchami, like Mizuki like pretends she hit her on the head with the hammer, and Uda was like, oh no, and then pretends to hit her back on the head, and Mizuki's like, oh no, and I'm like, oh, you two are too cute. Noted bully heel Rika Tatsumi, no matter what the Rika Tatsumi poster will say, came in and just beat the crap out of poor Uta early.
Lies.
Beat the shit out of her.
Lies.
Miyu,
as we have established, is a poster on VOW, right? And that means she listens to Joe Lanza, and she agrees with him that Uda Takami is too small to be wrestling, so she's gonna take care of the problem. That's all she's doing. She's a hero to us all, especially
I love
VOW.
I love Ryuko Tatsumi, but she is a heel. I love her because she's a heel and an asshole. So.
That's not a choke. That's a Greco-Roman chokehold. You should know the difference by now. You've seen Taichi do it plenty of times.
That is true. Miyu came in and also dominated Uda, but somehow did it much more cutely. So that's her whole thing. She's just like, yes, I'm big and strong, but I'm also very cute. Kamiyu hits this sweet little half springboard boot to the face to Yuki Arai when she tags in. A little tough to describe, but it was very unique. Like she kind of like climbed in the ring, like hopped up on the fucking second rope on one foot and just like sprang forward. It looked cool. I think she had a really good night in general, actually, heading into her title challenge. She had a pretty fun exchange with Miyu right after that, too. Just looked good here. But yeah, Mahiro ended up pinning Suzume, so she beats the International Princess Champion before going for that title shot. Good main event. Nothing I'd say you have to run out and watch, but it was 3.5 stars again, the match of the night. Definitely enjoyable.
Oh, I Cage Match has this listed incorrectly. They list Mizuki twice, and I kept staring at it and being so confused, unable to figure out
I don't remember
what
which
the hell
one
happened here.
Anyway. Yeah, I don't remember which one they didn't have in the match, but
they accidentally listed Mizuki where Suzume should be. Yeah, this was a good hype tag for the Korakuen, which I'm looking forward to, even though I still haven't seen the last Korakuen. And I think I really need to watch that at some point.
Yeah, Haru versus Suzume was so good.
Yeah.
Definitely need to watch that at least. Yep. That match fucking rolled.
I'm also very invested in seeing Yuki Arai's continued development as a champion. So I will go back and watch that at some point. This was also just a nice reminder of how, even as a quick and easy watch, TJPW just has a vibe that nobody else does, and that makes them one of my favorites.
It's a very fun promotion.
They are very
promotion
fun.
You turn on, and they're the first promotion. They're a great promotion to be your first show in Japan, like they're going to be for me. I'm going to go. Like I land on the 11th. I don't have any wrestling at first because I land pretty late at 5 o'clock, and then the 12th I don't have anything either. But the 13th on the Saturday, I have a 12 p.m. Yokohama Radiant Hall Tokyo Joshi show. It's going to be a nice little Tokyo Joshi house show. Going to have a good time. Sit front row for it. And then on to Osaka at that point, and then go see Dominion. So
hopefully it doesn't end with a little light, humorous human trafficking like this match did. Because you forgot to mention that Rika straight up just kidnapped Mizuki at the end.
I forgot, you're right. They just were like, Yeah, taking her away.
They beat up Uda and just took Mizuki.
And you argue with me this woman's not a heel? She just committed human trafficking?
No, she's rescuing Mizuki. That's what a hero does. Look, here's the thing. Rika doing it because sometimes I understand she's a morally complex hero, and she does things that look bad at the time, but she has her reasons. But Miyu is cute and strong, so when she does things, that's just justice, right? And she was doing the kidnapping as well. So.
Well, Miyu's too cute to be a heel.
I will say I was surprised that Miyu was kind of going along with Rika.
Miyu's like, yeah, kidnapping, whatever. Well, look, Rika's a bad influence on her. She's a bad influence. She's just like, and Miyu again is not the sharpest knife, as we've been over with the fucking. Remember when she did that fucking quiz show, and I don't think she knew a single answer.
Yep.
Like, she's not very smart. So, Rika took advantage of this very unintelligent but very strong young woman. So, there you go. But yeah, fine little show.
I apologize to Rika Tatsumi, who's listening to this. Everything that you heard, that was John saying all that. So, when you see him in Japan and strangle him...
see them in Japan, but yeah, see them. As long as he can strangle me all she wants, as long as she gets my pronoun correctly. But Sakura Hattori versus Mifu Ashida versus Renkonatsu. It's going to happen.
Oh, I did say. I'm sorry. It took me a minute because I was like, "Wait, where's the?" Oh, there it is. I'm an idiot.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. But yes, if she also, the other joke I thought you were going for is, never mind. If she strangled me, I don't know. It wouldn't be the first time. So. Hyper sound here. No one's listening.
I'm just letting that hang. I have nothing.
Let that hang out there. Let that hang out.
I'll just let that hang.
Arisu Endo versus Shion Kanzaki. Hyper Misao and Kira Summer versus Raku and Palm Harajuku. Yuki Aino and Haru Kazushiro against Himawari and Chika Danase. Miyu Yamashita and Toga against Shoko Nakajima and Wakana Uehara. And yeah, so they're running back the same 8-person tag. So that's Osaka in 5 days. I don't think we don't really have time to cover it on the next episode, but yes, just for people interested. What we will cover though is their next Korakuen Hall show on June 7th. So that show, we have a full card for it now. So the main event is Yuki Arai versus Yuki Kamifuku for the Princess of Princess title. We have Miyu Watanabe and Rika Tatsumi against Mizuki and Uda Takami for the tag titles. Suzume versus Mahiro Kiryu for the international title. Those were all made already. Some additional matches. Mirai's back. She's going to take on Haru Kazushiro. That sounds fucking great.
That I did not know that. I'm psyched for that.
I want to watch that match right now. Then we have Yuri coming in from Ganbare to take on Chika Nanase. That could also be very good.
Oh, that's interesting since, like we mentioned earlier, Chika's... different person. Never mind.
Yeah. A 6-woman tag match, Ren Konatsu, Yuki Aino, and Shion Kanzaki against Kira Summer, Sakura Hattori, and Aosu Endo. Kind of a get people on the card match. Wakana Uehara, who hasn't been around a while, which I have not missed, versus Toga. But that could be good. And then a 3-way tag. Shoko Nakajima and Hyper Misao, Raku and Palm Harajuku, and Himawari and Mifu Ashida. And that match is sponsored by the guest in this show, which is... God, what the fuck is that voice actor's name again? Should have wrote this down. Let's see. Dramatic DDT had it. The guest here is... Why can't I find this? I just saw it the other day.
It's on the tip of my...
It's on the tip of my tongue too, but I can't. Maybe it wasn't Dramatic DDT that had this. Maybe it was a different account.
He did not... Oh, Uesaka.
Oh. Bless you.
God damn it.
Gee. The show's almost over.
That's who you were looking for.
And she runs a like a fucking vampire themed concept cafe.
What does
Twilight
this
Rouge?
not do? Incredible.
Yeah, so she's a producer for the vampire-themed concept cafe, Sumari Uesaka. Yes, and I saved this to my thing. I'm like, should I go to the vampire-themed concept cafe?
Yes!
Yeah. It's in Ueno, apparently. So should I go? I'm gonna try. Might try to go.
Please go. I need to know what this is like.
The vampire-themed concept. But yes, so that is coming. So that match is sponsoring this anyway. The Twilight Rouge presents 6-woman tag match. So I imagine someone will try to get the Iron Man title back during this match.
Well, you didn't mention the stipulation of the match though, because not only are
the winner gets like okay, tell this.
Yeah, so not only are they sponsoring it, they are giving away a prize, which I guess is how they're sponsoring it. And the winner will receive 1 million rouge. What is rouge?
Which is like...
It's the gimmick currency for the cafe.
Yeah, the gimmick currency for the cafe. A lot of these cafes have their own gimmick currencies where you can pay money for it or somehow earn it other ways. I don't know, maybe repeat visits. And you basically use it to get like, I don't know. I'm trying to remember. Like, it's not usually like drinks or anything. It's usually like you can get the actors to do something. You can buy merchandise with it or something. It's usually stuff like that. But yeah, that is your Tokyo Joshi Korakuen. Looks like a cool little card. I'm excited for it on June 7th. We will cover that show, of course, in 2 weeks. That is a Velky episode. We'll be covering that.
Nice.
Next week on this podcast, though, it'll be Snazzy, a.k.a. Eric, a.k.a. Snazzy, not Snazzy, a.k.a. Eric, returning from the Joshing Around podcast. He and I will talk 3 more nights of Best of Super Junior, nights 8 through 10, the Stardom May 26th Korakuen, the DDT May 31st Korakuen, the Ice Ribbon, at least their May 31st Yokohama show for sure, maybe the May 30th Dojo show too if I have time, and the marvelous May 31st Chinkiba if it's possible, if it's not on like a tape delay. So we'll be talking all about that stuff. That'll be next week. And yeah, anything you want to plug before we wrap this up?
No, but I'm reading the rest of the Dramatic DDT recap, and I didn't realize that Antonio Honda had tried to invade the cafe to reclaim the Iron Man Heavy Metalweight Championship and got hypnotized by a vampire. So,
wow.
Dang, that's a shame. Poor Honda.
What else would he do? Really, I mean...
Reclaim the title somehow? I don't know. But I guess, yeah, he underestimated the power of vampires.
I didn't really realize vampires could hypnotize people. I don't remember that power.
That is a classic, original Dracula vampire literature.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're 100%.
100%.
See, my only vampire knowledge is like Buffy the Vampire Slayer. If the vampires couldn't do it on Buffy, then I really don't know what's going on.
You should read.
And Dracula. Actually, now I think about it, Dracula and Buffy could hypnotize people, so they were accurate to that. But only Dracula could.
Yeah, the original book is still worth reading. By the way, it's still a heck of a read.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's my plug. Antonio Honda should be freed from vampire magic. Because it's not clear in this recap if, maybe he's still in that cafe. We don't know.
Yeah. He might be. All right, folks. That will do it. All right, go check on him. That'll do it, folks. We went just over 4 hours. We did not succeed in going under 4 hours, unfortunately. I guess we'll come up with a sicko word. Let's see. What's a good sicko word? You had an idea before, but I can't remember what it was.
It was either O or Woe, whichever you hear.
Okay. O or Woe. That's right. Go O or Woe is the sicko word for the episode. So O or Woe is your sicko word. All right, so show us. Do people know what the sicko word thing is, by the way, since it's going on for so long? That's what you type in the Voice of Wrestling Discord to show that you're a sicko that listens to the entire 4 hour plus episode. So I only do that when it goes over 4 hours. If it goes under 4 hours, a 3.5 hour podcast would be a long podcast for a lot of shows, but not for us. That's a short one. So it's got to go over 4 hours to get the sicko word.
Yeah.
But yes, that'll do it, folks. You can follow us on Twitter at Wrestle Omakase. Wrestling, of course, would not fit. You can follow me on Blue Sky at Just1MB. What else is? I guess that's it.
Don't follow me. I'm not anywhere that you can see me. Go away.
Get on the Voice of Wrestling Discord. You can see Arametha posting in 2 channels.
Yeah, more or less.
One of them, or 3 channels. One of them is my channel. One of them is Tokyo Joshi, and one of them is Stardom. I think that's pretty accurate.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. And Marigold.
Well,
I guess
I'm always posting. Well, not always, but I post with roughly that frequency in the Super JCast Discord. So
yeah, that's true too. So find them on either Discord. All right, folks. Thank you as always for listening, and we will see you next time.
Most people don't realize how much their personal information is being bought and sold every day. Data brokers are making billions, pulling details about you from public records and the internet, and then packaging and selling it, usually without your consent. That's how your information lands in the hands of scammers, spammers, even stalkers. It's why you get endless robocalls and why ads seem to follow you everywhere. That's where Aura comes in. Aura actively removes your data from broker sites and keeps it off. They also instantly alert you if your information shows up in a breach or on the dark web. But Aura goes beyond data protection. With one app, you get a VPN, antivirus, password manager, spam call protection, dark web monitoring, and even up to $5 million in identity theft insurance, all backed by 24/7 US-based fraud support. Other companies might sell just credit monitoring or just a VPN. Aura gives you all of it, together, at the same price competitors charge for just one service. Start your free trial today at aura.com/remove. Protect yourself now at aura.com/remove.
Wrestling Omakase brings you a full course meal of all of Japanese wrestling, men's and women's. Join me, a Japanese wrestling fan for over 20 years, along with a rotating cast of equally knowledgeable co-hosts as we cover everything from New Japan and Stardom to Noah, All Japan, DDT, Tokyo Joshi, Marigold, Sendai Girls, Dragon Gate, GLEAT, Ice Ribbon, and even more stuff. If you're a fan of Japanese wrestling and you want coverage of the entire scene in one podcast, check us out right here on the Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network each and every week. Get us wherever you get podcasts today.